Hello, ladies. Hey, everyone. It is, I can just say hi to you. Let's see. Let's just go ahead and say hi really quickly. How are you? So, I've had quite a weekend. It was like, a lot of you know I was having that procedure, so I'm kind of feeling out of sorts because I stopped in the store. Well, I was in the store for the morning and then had to rush home, and I'd gotten everything ready last week, so I came home a little bit early just to make sure everything was all set, and I think I'm like 75, let's say 80% prepared. Just trying to get sound. Are you guys not hearing? Let's see if we're not hearing. Let me know. I think I'm showing sound on my end. Let me know if you're not hearing, because I hear Karen says she's trying to get sound. Okay, let me call Patrick. Can you not hear at all? Okay, working now? Okay, everyone's got sound? Can I tell you, I was just sweating hard because Patrick was having me set everything up. I said to him this morning, I was like, you need to set everything up for me. And he's like, I'm not going to be there. So I kind of set it up. That with Kai helped me. So hopefully everything is good. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear. Actually, don't give me a thumbs up because I can't see you, but maybe put something into the bar. That sound is working now. All right. We are ready, ladies. So let's go ahead and talk about, good thing you're seeing this part of my sewing room and not the other part of my sewing room. I sometimes suffer from inertia where I feel like I'm a giant boulder at the top of the hill and I just need a push. But once you get me down, once you give me a push and I start rolling down, I start doing everything. And that's kind of what happened yesterday. I started working on everything in my sewing room. I had, hi guys, I had my 10 needle going. I was also working on my luminaire. I was sewing on my PQ 1500. It was crazy. So, and I thought this was all ready, and I think I'm pretty ready, but we'll just be patient with me today. So your homework. And I sat down after I last sew along to really put everything together and make sure that you had all the right stuff. But this is what you should have complete. If you did your homework, you should have sections 1. So, oh, that's backwards. Flip. How's that? There we go. So you should have section 1 attached to section 2. So you should have all of this done. And you're going to have some homework this week. I went through and I think I assigned homework, which was everything that you've already done before. So if you've already done the letters, you know how to do the Y. And if you've already done the snowflake, you know how to do snowflakes 2 and 3 if you've done snowflake 1. And if you've done cheer, well, you know how to do the R that goes on here. I actually think I must have been on a roll last time. I think I already did my homework. Did I already do my homework for this week? Homework, yes. Okay, so I put the homework in and, oh no, I didn't do my homework. I didn't do my homework. I have all these extra blocks. I don't know if that were stitched out. I don't know what those are for. Like I did. Was that my homework for this week? See how quickly I forget? What is this? Is this part of my homework? I don't even know what this is, ladies. I think this is, oh yeah, this is my homework from week 3. Okay, this is my homework from week 3, which was to finish up these things. So, in addition, and now it's all. It reminds me of that song from that movie with what's his name? Who's the Robert Redford and Michelle Pfeiffer, where it's all coming back to me now. It's starting to all come back to me now. So your homework was to complete section 2, sew it together with section 1, and then you had some extra blocks that you needed to do. So that's what these are. So if you look at your spreadsheet, and I know some of you had emailed me and asked me for this spreadsheet, you can find the modified spreadsheet on the Sew Along group if you just, if you look at more and they're in files, or if you're on the Sew Along group, you can go into the magnifying glass, the search, and just type in cup of cheer or spreadsheet, and it should come up. So that was your homework for week 3. Does that show? So you were supposed to do these blocks for homework right here, and that's what that is. So I did do all my homework. Week 4, that's what we're going to be doing today, and you are going to have some homework. Your homework is going to be, if you look at the spreadsheet right here, these are the blocks that you're going to have to stitch because we're going to do wreath 1, which means you're going to know how to do wreath 2 and 3. We already did star 1, so you should know how to do star 2 and star 3. So you don't have a ton of homework, but you definitely do have some homework. And you can work at any pace you want. You don't have to work at this pace. So whatever you want to do, you can do. And if you want to go back to it, you can go back to it. I want you ladies to be happy. So whatever makes your heart happy, whatever is good for your pace, you can do. And you'll have the videos to go along with that. Okay. Let's get into it. So I went through and put in what we were going to do for today. And I know it looks like a lot, but it's really not that much because a lot of these are going to be filler blocks. So the filler blocks are in there. And then as far as just embroidery, we're going to be stitching out star 1, your filler blocks, gift box 1, part B, tan house roof, tan house part B, and reef 1. That doesn't sound too bad, does it? I think we're going to be fine. And I wrote an agenda for you. So that is what we're doing today. And if you look at the agenda, it's really under instructor notes. First thing we're going to do is we're going to start with your 5x7 hoop. And we're going to stitch filler block 38 and the tan house roof and reef 1. So, but we're not doing that all at once. Let's go ahead. I want you to hoop up. Ready? We're going to switch over here and let me switch my camera over. Is that backwards? That's totally backwards again. There we go. We are going to start off with filler block number 38. And if you look here, I did most of the filler blocks all together, but 38 is just one that's going to go into your 5x7 really easily. So, and 38 is going to be, this is from the quilting guide. 38 is going to be the block that looks like, what does that block look like? Am I on the right one? Let me make sure. Yes. Let's see. Week 4. Stitch out filler block 38. 38 is going to be the one that looks like it's under the present right here. So it's this one. It's just the mint green one. That's the one we're going to do first. So I want you to go ahead and find that. Let's go ahead and hoop into our 5x7. Remember, I'm just using some muslin. Any questions so far, ladies? You can just put it in the chat. So when you're using your row of muslin, you can leave the last one that you stitched on, and then you can cut anything off above that. So I'm just going to go ahead and cut this one off. I like to turn it to the back side because I can see where the stitches are, and I like to cut right in the middle. The approximate middle. There's my homework. I'll press those out this time. This I'm going to leave on here, and another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and tape all this ribbon out of the way so it doesn't get stitched down. Oh my goodness, ladies. If you were here last week, you know I had that issue with one of my blocks. How I stitched it to my other one. It was kind of crazy. It was just, you know, what happens to me in real time. Okay, I'm just going to put this down like that, and that way it's not going to get in the way. And I'm going to hoop up. And that block I'm looking for is from section 4. Here we go. And if you still need a kit, I have kits at the store. I think I have 1 more in stock right now, and I have another 5 more that will be here end of the week. So if you need it, just let me know. I still have them up. I think the fabric kits are 15% off, and all the other stuff is 20% off. Okay, so you're going to hoop up. A lot of people every week ask me why I use muslin, and I use the muslin because I like the way it feels. It's going to be softer. It's going to be more pliable. And then you should have your section 4. Let me grab it right here. Where is my section 4? Hang on, ladies. Snowflake 4. I have got this one, and where is he? All right, ladies, hang on just a sec. He is my section 4. He's 38. All right, ladies, I have no idea where that piece is, and I hate to do this to you. Winter, yeah, 4x6. I'm so sorry. I'm just going to go ahead and use this. Yours should be solid, and then you need your 4.5 by 6.5 piece of batting. And let's go on over to the machine. Again, yours is going to be the solid one. So I would cut it from something else, but I don't know where that little piece of fabric is. So I'm going to look in one more spot. And we're going to come over to the machine. And let's grab our spreadsheet. Thanks for being so patient. I was working on Stitch to Light. That's what this is. So we're going to go home. Let's grab this spreadsheet, and there's all my batting. Here it is. Let's go ahead. And we're going to go ahead. Let's go to our pocket. And for 38, we are going to be putting in Winter 2 and the 4x6 design. So, where is my cup of cheer quilting? We want Winter 2. And we're going to do 4x6. Now, your piece of fabric should be solid. It's going to, and I was thinking I could steal it from something else, but I don't want to do that. You're going to be using this. I'm going to use the snowflake one. It's on the bottom of your pile of fabric. You know what? Is it? I don't think that was it. I think that was something else. I'm just better be safe than sorry. I'm just going to pull it from something else, and I'm so sorry about that, ladies. I'm going to go into block by block, and we're looking for the 4x6 design. So let's go ahead and go 4x6. We're going to go ahead and set it. I have a white bobbin in, and when we're looking at colors in our book, it says for our quilting colors right here, it wants us to do a filler block. The filler block, hang on, right here. It wants that to be in that kind of like light teal color. So let's go ahead and we're going to put that in the upper. I don't like it when things aren't perfect for you. And I'm going to go ahead and quilt it with this right here. So I'm going to put that in. You need your batting too. Your batting should already be cut for 4x6. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, and this is a filler block, so there's nothing to add. You're just going to hit embroidery and let it do, when you have a filler block, you're doing steps 1 and 3. When you have a block with background, you're doing steps 1 and 4. So we're going to go ahead and just do our placement. How about I thread the machine? I don't know if you ever do that. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give these both a shot of spray. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go back to the beginning of that. Let's stitch it out, and I'm going to go ahead and spray in my spray box. So this is what I'm spraying into. This is going to be my dime spray tent, and we have these at the store. And you just don't want to get your spray everywhere. Remember, you have a wrong side of your batting and a right side. So spray the wrong side, and we're going to spray the wrong side of the fabric. This is my spray. I use Ganold KK100, and it's the best. Now, ladies, it's not your Aquanet hairspray, so you just want to lightly spray this. You don't want to go crazy. And here we go. There's your placement line. You're going to put your batting down and put it right inside of that line. And this saves so much. I don't know how you ladies have been liking this, but I love it. I love not having to do the tack down and then trimming it up. So we're going to go ahead and skip to our next step, which is going to be, well, we're going to skip this. This is your tack down for your batting. We've already done that. So you're going to go the next step. This is your placement for your background fabric. For your filler blocks, you need that. because then you're going to lay this down right in there. I know as soon as we're not filming anymore, I'll find that block. But we're pretending that this is just the solid mint fabric. We're pretending that it's this. Because I can't find mine, so I'm putting this down. And this is filler block 38. You're going to lay this down right on top of your batting and inside that placement line. And then go ahead, you're going to skip the next step. Next step is tack down. It's just going to go around that. We're going to go to the next step. And now we're going to do our quilting. Go ahead and hit start. And if you want, you can kind of put your hand on there and just make sure it's not shifting. Ladies, next one that we're going to do is we're going to get the tan house roof. So go ahead and find that. Oh my goodness. Here it is. Here's my piece. I got nervous. It's right here. I'll do it again later. Sandy, is that what you were saying? I get a little, I don't want to say it, well, yeah, I kind of get nervous because I want it to be perfect for you. And sometimes I can't find things that are right in front of my face. And who knows, maybe I'll love this one better. And I won't redo it, but I'll probably redo that block. Just so it looks perfect, it doesn't confuse you. I don't want you to look at this and find this confusing, that I'm using fabric that it wasn't supposed to be the fabric. Now you should see the extra special mess I made looking for that fabric. All right, we're pretending this was filler block 38, but what you should have had was this solid fabric. And I may or may not redo mine I probably will end up redoing it, but this is what you should have been stitching. But we're okay. It all worked out. So once we're done with that, we're going to go ahead and slide that off. And let's get ready for the next block. Okay. I'm going to take a deep breath. Take a sip of my Polar Springs and get my mojo back. All right. Okay. So here's our next one. So we went ahead and we did filler block 38. Now we're going to do the tan house roof. We're still working in the 5x7. So here's my fabric for the tan house roof. Since it's this, I'm just going to scoot it up. So I'm going to go ahead and unhoop. We're going to use that fabric that we have. I'm just going to scoot it up a little bit. If you want to cut the present off on the top, you can do that, or you can just leave it. This end part of your design can stay right there because you have an area of no-sew. And you just want to lightly pull so that there's no wrinkles, but you don't want to pull to where you distort, and we are hooped up and ready to go. Let's look at our page. So if you look at your notes right here, we are doing the tan house roof. And tan house roof is page 51. All right, here's tan house roof. This is what we're going to be stitching right here. Let's go ahead and slide it on the machine and we'll bring up our design. All right, I'm going to slide on my hoop. My goodness. That fabric. Okay, let's see. I'm going to go home. That's going to clear my screen. For tan house roof, we need quilting pattern tree 1. And let's go tree 1. Here's my quilting. And tree 1. And 4x6 vertical. So remember, it goes horizontal, then vertical. So if you have 2 designs and they're both 2x4 and 2x4, the first one's going to be your horizontal, the next one's going to be your vertical. So we're looking for 4x6. 4x4, here's 4x6. This one right here is your vertical. So go ahead and select that one. Set. And now we're going to go ahead and add to it. So go ahead and hit add. And the other thing I like to do too is let's select our hoop size. So I'm going to go ahead and add, and then we'll do that. So I'm going to go here to my USB, my cup of cheer. And then that one's going to be an applique. Let's go back. It might be in your house blocks. And tan house roof, let's make sure we select the right one. It's going to look like this. That's red house. Where's tan house? So it's going to be this one down here. Go ahead and select that. Hit set. All right, I'm going to go up here and select my hoop size. I like to know exactly how much room I have to work in. 5x7. We're going to say okay. That's going to be the outer dark line, the black line, and then your design lines are going to be the ones that are going to be in red. All right, let's see if there's any alignment information. There is. It says align the block embroidery file centered from top to bottom and aligned on the right side of the quilting design. So remember last time I had that issue because I lined it up with the black line. So don't line it up with the black line. That's just the outline of your hoop area. You're going to take that satin stitch, the red satin stitch here, and you're going to move it all the way to the rightmost red line. So here, let's blow it up. I'm going to go side. Whoop, we don't want size. I want the move arrows though, so I'll just leave it right here. Let's blow it up. How about 150? Let's go 200%. Okay, this outer line in black, that is just your area. This inner line, that's the line it wants you to line it up with. So we're going to line that roof up with the outer red line. So I'm just going to scoot it to the right. So we're going to go beyond that one. And this will get sewn into the seam allowance. There we go. So you can see this red line is on the other red line. Give me a thumbs up, ladies. Is that how you're reading it? I just want to make sure. That's what you're going to have, and that's what is right here in the picture. Okay, that should be right. We should be ready to go. I'm going to go ahead. I'll zoom back out to 100%, and I'll just say okay. And we're going to go embroidery. And if you want, you don't have to do this. If you want to save some extra room, you could go layout, move, and just scoot that all the way up. I always do it in my secondary page because it combines it. And then you don't have to combine it on the other page. It'll be all as one. I'm going to go ahead and say okay. Let's go here. That's your first step, which is going to be for your batting. Let's go ahead and look and see what color it wants. So we're going to leave that same color in here. So the first color that it wants to do your quilting is going to be in that light mint green. So we're going to leave that, and let's go ahead and stitch. Go ahead and do your placement stitch for your batting, and then I want you to grab your background piece. So this is going to be your batting and your background piece. Go ahead and give both of these a little shot of spray. Now that you know my setup, I'm not going to be showing it to you every time. And your background piece should already be stabilized. So you have your stitch line right here. We're going to go ahead and place our batting right in there. And remember, this is one of the ones that has a big piece of background fabric. So big pieces of background fabric, you're going to skip steps 2 and you're skipping steps 2 and 3. You're doing steps 1 and 4. Filler pieces, you're doing steps 1 and 3. Hope that's not too confusing. Remember, this should have shape flex on it. That's going to give it some body. And you can just lay it down. You want to have about 1 inch all the way around. You can kind of feel that, and I can see it right here. You have a lot of excess when you trim these down. So I'm going to go ahead and push this down, and let's skip the next couple of steps. So we're going to go in here. We're going to skip. That's your batting tack down in orange. That's your background placement in turquoise. That's your background tack down. We're going to do that step. And let's just leave this color in here because that's what we're going to do our quilting stitches with. Okay, so here's the tack down, and then we'll do the quilting. How are we? Is everyone good? If you have a question, just pipe up. Just put it in the chat window. I am reading those messages. And almost everything around this is going to get cut off. So if you're only a 1/4 inch above and then like 2 inches down here, that's okay. That's going to all get cut off. All right. Just go ahead and hit start. And you want to confirm on your screen that it's your quilting stitch next. It is my quilting stitch, so I'm just going to hit start. You're going to need your applique glitter too, so make sure you have that, your white applique glitter. Ladies, I don't know about you, but I have all sorts of leftovers, and these are leftovers from my other projects. So I have it organized where I have all my glitters in here, my specialty material, my leather, and then I have another one here that's going to be all my felt, foam, mylar, things like that. So I usually pull from there first when I'm doing these projects, and then of course I just continue to add to the hoard because then what is in this project doesn't get used. But I have so much white applique glitter, I'm probably going to pull it from in there. I don't cut my applique pieces ahead of time, just because I feel like there's a lot of waste and I feel like I could use it more efficiently, and then I have all this left over. So we are into the embroidery now. So we're going to go ahead and do our roof placement line. So you can go ahead, and it says color doesn't make a difference, so you can just leave that mint in there. I'm just going to hit start, and then I want you to get your piece of red fabric, give it a little shot of spray, and we'll get ready to put that down. Ooh. Here's my red fabric. Just give that a little shot of spray. There's going to be a nice satin stitch that goes around it, so with the tack down, your color's not going to make a difference either. There's my placement stitch. Just go ahead and put this down on top of it. I'm not a taper. I use my spray. I love it. And then you want your applique scissors. I'm going to be using these. These are my favorite. They're for more snips. So if I'm just going through one thin layer like this, my snips are what I prefer to use. I can use them with my left and my right hand. Let's go ahead and trim it. I like to hold my fabric up at like 90 degrees. And I rarely, if I don't have to, like straight lines like this are really easy, but if it's a lot of curvy stuff, I will slide my hoop off my machine. But stuff like this, I just leave it. And then I use whatever hand it's easier to cut with. And you want to get nice and close. You don't want to leave a lot of overhang or it'll look sloppy. It'll look sloppy when you do your satin stitch because you might see something hanging out from underneath it. And of course, don't suffer. If that's in your way, just pull your hoop over and down. Pull your hoop totally off. You can do whatever is going to be easiest for you. All right. Next step. So for this, it is going to tell you, and they give you a big old piece of glitter applique, but you don't need all of that. All you're going to need is 2.5 by 4.5. So if you already cut it down to size, you're good to go. I'm just going to leave mine because I have this already, but to peel, you always want to make sure, if you've never done this before, I think everyone does at least one, they stitch this down with the protective coating on it. I like to just bend this forward on the side that has the plastic, and then it usually just comes right away. Let me bend down a little more. And it usually, well, it easily, ooh, this stuff is really sticky. But you want to separate those two. There he is. Okay. Go ahead and peel that away. And you're going to take off this protective coating. I have so much in here. We'll see if that's going to be big enough. If not, I'll go ahead and I'll use this. But our next step says stitch the roof detail, and it's asking you for this lighter pink. So let's go ahead and put this back on. Get your glitter. I'm going to change out my thread. How are we doing? How many of you are stitching? And how many of you are just watching? You can just give a little shout out if you're stitching and what you're getting done. I know some of you are probably further ahead than me because you just can't stop with this project because it's so cute. I was thinking, because I don't know how many of you have multi-needles, but I was thinking about doing one of the projects. So it's going to stitch out some little detail on the roof. Just watching. I was thinking about doing Merry Christmas, y'all, and doing that on the multi-needle. There we go. Look how cute that is. So we're going to do the detail there, and then we're going to stitch the roof satin outline, so you're going to need red. So get your red thread next. Here we go. Here's the red. Hi, Miss Gail. Are you ahead of us, Gail, or are you right with us? I did a fair number of stitch outs already. Is it too fast? Are you watching later, Karen? And this kind of gives you a little heads up on how we do it. I can't remember, Karen. I think, is this your first one? Your first Kimberbell quilt? All right, let's go ahead and put your red thread in. Okay, I'll try and go a little slower so you guys can keep up. The other thing is when I get frazzled or nervous, I might speed up a little bit too. But I'm feeling, yes, first one. How are you doing, Karen? Are you feeling good? I love Kimberbell quilts. They're so much fun, and they're just for me they're entertainment, and they're so cute when you stitch them out. And I learn something new with every quilt I do. I asked, I don't even remember what I asked, Gail. I think I asked if you were, I don't know, are you around where we're at, or are you ahead of us? Okay, go ahead and stitch out your red satin stitch. This is going to be 3 minutes of stitching, and then while it's stitching this, I'm going to make sure I have my next block ready to go. Next step, we are going to go ahead and, hang on just a minute. We want to change our thread out to white, so go ahead and get your white thread. And we are going to do a placement stitch for the snow glitter. And you have two sections of it. I mean, one section's really, really tiny, and then one's a little bit longer. I'm going to try to remember to hit my threading button every time for the rest of the day. I'm going to go ahead and hit start, and this is your placement stitch. Ooh, so it looks like some people are stitching later. Gail Carson's ahead of me. It's always that way. Usually I have somebody's going to be a little bit ahead and somebody's going to be a little bit behind. This is going to be plenty big. Let me see if it's plenty big for that little piece up top too. I'm just going to put this here. I think I could get the whole thing. Let me see. You want to have, I like to trim this. I always look at, what I look for is when it says, are you going to trim it close or are you going to trim as desired? This one, actually, they want you to trim close to the stitch line. So I'm just going to go ahead. That'll cover everything. I'm just going to get this a little shot of spray and that'll cover everything. Otherwise, you have this big old piece and you're just going to lay it down and trim from there. So let me go ahead and spray this. And pull that forward a little bit so I can see. And let me go ahead and just put this down. And you are, like I said, you're going to be trimming close. So you don't have to have, if it's trimming close, there's probably going to be a satin stitch outline. Yeah, there's not a satin stitch, but there's a direct decorative stitch, which will probably be the one that's kind of like candle wicking, like the little snowflakes. Heat up your iron. It does want you to go ahead and give this a little bit of a press too, so go ahead and heat up your iron right now. Right. And your directions say, don't press it yet because you need to trim it. Trim the glitter close to the stitch line. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull this towards me a little bit. Is there a new spreadsheet? So I did a modified spreadsheet. So after the last class, I did do a new spreadsheet. If you want, email me and I'll send you the new modified spreadsheet. Because we're going in a different order. I'll sit down with the book. It's a lot to kind of sit down and do the whole thing, not knowing like what we're going to be doing. So after each class, I'll go through the spreadsheet again and put together kind of the agenda for the next time we meet. But it should be on there too. I loaded it to the Facebook group. And if you want to be on that email list, send me an email. Now, some of you emailed me. I said to Patrick this morning because I don't check the store email. That's Patrick's job. And he checks it maybe every other day. So this morning I went on there and I was looking and I was like, oh geez, all these people had emailed me at the store. So I didn't mean to ignore you. And I wanted to do it before I started today, but I really raced home and then I struggled to get everything set up. I am not tech savvy. So I kind of struggled getting everything set up on the computer for the simulcast. So I will go back to that night. I will go back to it tonight, and I'll send everyone the modified spreadsheet. Although it might change, I'm going to sit down and look at it again. I think we're good for next week. So our spreadsheet on this is a living, breathing document that is changing as we go. So I'm figuring out what might be better. And there is our roof. And like this kind of stuff, I just throw away. I'll just throw that away. But I'll keep this little chunk here. Who am I lying? I keep the whole thing. I want to pretend I'm not a hoarder in front of you ladies. But I would keep this. Look at that. I could use that for so much. That would have worked for the Rockets on Main Street Celebration. Okay. Am I trimmed up pretty well? Here we go. All right. So we just did this step right here where we trimmed it all up. Oh, now it says press the glitter with a warm iron using a pressing cloth. So let's go ahead and we're going to slide this off and press it. I do. I hoard the little pieces. So this is my favorite press cloth. This is the what's it called? The Goddess sheet. So I love this one. And it usually says, I think like 15 to 20 seconds or something like that. I usually don't do that long, like 10 seconds, and it's going to be on there. Ooh, it should be hot to the touch. And you just don't want that to like bubble. Do you like this where I cut into my sheet? It's like my second one. I think it gets stuck under stuff. Okay, let's come on back over. Let's slide on our hoop. And we're going to stitch the decorative outline. That's going to take 2 minutes. Remember, fluff your fabric if you're stitching the way I am, and make sure nothing's turned under and that you didn't catch anything by accident. I'm going to go ahead and hit start and let it do its stitching. And let me get my things ready for the next stitch out. We're going to do the reef. Sandy, if you want to email this store, you can email this store, or else you can email me. I can't put messages in this when I simulcast, but it's just my name, Jeannie, Jeanne, the letter A, the number 1, so sew@gmail.com. Just email me. I'll add you to my Cup of Chair email list, and I'll send you out the modifications. This is what you're going to need for Reef 1. It's just going to be the background fabric and the batting. done with that one. Let's go ahead and rehoop. I made the reef. Oh, Karen's already done the reefs. Were they so cute? I don't know. I'm not sure what my favorite is yet. But it's kind of like when I do something like this, they're like children. I have favorites for different reasons, but I love them all the same. But I love the stitching in the letters. What do I love? I mean, I love all the background quilting. Okay, we're going to go ahead and rehoop. And if you want, you can cut the top ones off if it feels like it is just dragging you down too much. Grab your little scissors and cut those top ones off. I did these pretty close, so you don't want to cut too close to one or the other, just right down the middle. I'm going to cut these off and put them to the side. And let's go ahead and hoop. Look how cute that little roof is. And if you get puckering, and the quilting in the back is so adorable, if you get puckering, never fear, wool mat is here. You've got your wool mat and you've got your best press. We will get out all of those little puckers, so don't worry about it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead. And ladies, once you do one reef, ladies and gents, I know I have some gentlemen that like to watch too. Okay, we're hooped. We're going to do our reef next, and our reef is going to be, let's look here, reef 1. We're going to do winter 2 in a 4, and the size is 4x4. We're on page 30. So let's look at page 30, and let's make sure we don't have any special instructions except for, especially for centering. Oh, these are so cute because we're going to put them all together. So we'll put them all together. Oh, did you do them all, Miss Karen? And put them all together? They're so sweet. And this one's a little different because that'll have 11. And look at our little embellishment that's going to go on it. It's going to be really, really adorable. Okay, let's go to the machine. All right, let's go ahead and load our design in first. And on your spreadsheet, it's going to be reef 1, and we're going to do winter 2, 4x4. I'm going to go ahead, come over here. We'll just leave those. I was going to try and tidy up a little bit. Who am I kidding? Okay. Quilting. And winter 2. Here's winter 2. Block by block. Remember, clear blue tiles is going to be the embroidery design only. Block by block is going to give you placement for batting and all of that stuff. And we are doing 4x4. There is no horizontal or vertical. Just load that one. And we are going to add to that. So you are adding reef 1, and I think that's stitching only. So let's go here. It's kind of nice they organized it, even though I really have to think hard and I don't always pick the right one. There's no applique fabric, so it's just going to be a stitch block, I think. Here we go. Here's reef 1. Go ahead and load that. Set it. Everything is centered, so don't move it from this screen. We're going to move it in the next screen. So we're going to go embroidery. We have the outline of our 5x7. We're going to scoot it all the way up. So layout, move, scoot them up. If your hoop is on, it won't extend past that. And just go ahead and say okay, and we are ready to go. I'm going to come down here. Shows us what we're stitching out. First thing we're going to stitch out is going to be our placement line. Here are your 2 pieces right here. So you're going to go ahead and spray this one on the back and this one on the back. You should have shape flex on it. That's another one. I don't know about you ladies, but I don't know why. I leave that up all the time. So I'm glad the machine is smarter than me, and it tells me when I've done that. I'm going to give these a little shot of spray. I was joking with my daughter Violet, and I think if you were listening to live feed, I was joking with her that my brain was so smooth and wonderful, and she was like, you know, Mom, smooth brains are bad brains. She's like, that's what a koala has. A koala has a smooth brain, and they're stupid. And I was like, ooh, I don't want a smooth brain. She goes, you want a nice wrinkly brain. I don't know, smooth just sounded better, right? Like smooth skin or smooth whatever. Okay, your background fabric is big, so that means you're gonna do what? We're gonna skip 2 and 3, because the next step is your tack down for your batting. We don't need to do that. Ours is cut perfectly. Your next step is placement for your background. We don't need that because we know we're gonna center it over our background. Whoops. We want this one, so we want to do turquoise and orange. We're bookending it so you can see it's step 4 right there. This is going to be tacked down for your background fabric. So go ahead and put your background fabric down. It's going to go about 1/4 inch outside of that. So we're going to exercise our super wrinkly brains right now. And just feel around here. Just as long as you have, you know, room outside, you're good. Just push them down. And you're going to do the tack down for your background. Let's see what they want us to stitch with. So I have white in there. If you look here, it just wants white. And all of these were just centered. There's no special alignment instructions for that. Look at your screen, your quilting stitches. That's what you should see next. If that's not what you see next, you're going to fast forward to it, or you're going to go back to it and go ahead and do your quilting. And then everything else is just going to be stitching. I wish I could cut the filler blocks larger. You know what, Karen? I don't want you to worry about it. Next time you can, if you want to cut your filler blocks bigger. But we're going to press it, and you're going to just sew to your stabilizer if you're using no-show or if you're using muslin. Are you feeling like they're pulling in too far? Are you feeling like the stitches are too close to the edge? Is that what's going on? And if so, you can definitely cut those bigger if you want. Sometimes it's just going to take a little experience, and you're going to know what you like to do. I find it's enough, but if you're struggling with that, you can cut them, you know, 1/4 inch bigger. Maybe instead of with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, you can cut it with a 1/2 inch. You just have to make sure if you're doing filler blocks and they're getting pieced together that that the measurement is right when you piece it. All right. You are just going to be pulling your thread out. You're going to have your brown. Here we go, right here. Your green, your red, and your white. They're going to be large enough. They'll be large enough, and you're, like I said, you're going to trim to your muslin or your no-show mesh. And if it doesn't go right to the edge, that's okay, because you have a 1/4 inch seam allowance for all of that. You've got a 1/4 inch that you're going to be able to work with. So if it's 1/8 of an inch, that'll get encased too, and then it has the background. Okay, red and white. So here are my colors, and then I'm going to go ahead and add the white to that too. You know, you're going to find them very different than the other educators you see online, because their rooms are perfect. So hopefully you'll feel a little more comfortable with me. You'll go, oh, that's like my room. Although I know a lot of you have really neat rooms, because I've seen them during our Zoom classes. I see them and I go, Oh my goodness, look at how neat they are. You have beautiful sewing rooms. Actually, I have a beautiful sewing room. I'm finding, ladies, that I'm running out of space because every time I come home from the store, I bring home a little something. Okay, this is going to be your branch. This is 3 minutes of stitching. Karen, once you press it too, that might spread your fabric a little bit, but if you look right here, I'm undersewn a little bit. But I am going to press to the muslin in the back, and it'll be perfect once we go ahead and trim it down. So you might be undersewn a little bit. That's going to be okay. It's going to be gorgeous. Don't worry. It's going to look amazing. All right, go ahead and put your next color in, which is going to be the green. And I always like to show this every time because people will ask me if I'm pulling my thread back, and I don't pull my thread back. And I don't use a spool cap with my mini cones. If you do use a spool cap with your mini cones and you have a brother or baby lock, you should be using this little one. This little one just kind of snugs right in there and it holds it back, which is nice. But if you're using a traditional spool cap, sometimes they get stuck. So don't use these with your mini cones. Use the little one that just tucks right in there. When I go to unthread, I literally will... What am I stuck on? Oh, I got him snagged in there. Don't do that. There we go. I threaded this. Okay. When I thread, I go this way. When I unthread, I go this way. And then I just take it out from here. Okay? I can show you what I mean later if you want me to. All right, go ahead and thread her up. And I know that Janome and Elna's have something like that. I'm not sure about the other makers, but it's called, we call it the Little Special Gray Spool Cap. All right, this is 3 minutes of stitching for those pretty flowers. Is my current spreadsheet number 2? Does that mean like the second reiteration of it? It is going to be spreadsheet. I think I put it down as modified spreadsheet. So if you look up modified, maybe look up cup of chair. And Karen, are you on my email list? Because I'll send it to you too. All right, stitch away. Look how gorgeous those leaves are. I always love stitching out because what you see in the book doesn't look like what you're going to see when you stitch it out. And I feel like 9 out of 10 times it looks even more amazing and magnificent. Next color is going to be your red, and it's going to be doing those beautiful berries. I lose a couple of these every year because I just grab it and I pull this and it goes shooting off. So just remember he's in there. But really, I don't even use that because look, it just feeds off so nicely off of that. But if you want to use it, you can. And then I unthread it to here, and then it just comes right out. Okay? So I'm going to go ahead and put in my red. Let's put in the red thread, stitch out those gorgeous berries. This is going to be 2 minutes of stitching. Then you're going to have your white thread. That's going to go in next. And then the last thing after that is going to be to stitch out the trim lines. And they want a color you can see. So I'm going to use a gray for that. So the other reefs are going to be your homework. The only thing that's going to be different is that bottom right one, which you're going to be also stitching the 11 in there. But you do need to choose different ones because, you know, you're going to have the top right, the bottom left, and then you'll have the bottom right, which is going to be the one with the numbers. We are done with those first three, and we are done with our 5x7 hoop. And if you don't have the 8x12, for some of these you can do an 8x8, and then you can use, you might be able to use your 7x12 or your 6x10. So there's all different things that you can do. I'm just going to show you the way that I'm doing it and what's going to be most efficient if you do have some of those bigger hoops. All right, that Oh, wait. Sorry. Forgot to, wait, I forgot 2 steps. I got excited. Let's go ahead and put your white in there. I got over here and thought, wait a minute. I'm excited to do all of those filler blocks. So put your white in next. It's going to be your little accent. I know you're probably wondering what is going on here. We're going to put the white in and then the gray. I think in my head, I go, we're done. So I'm done in my mind. Okay, this is going to be a minute of stitching. These are the whiteberry accents. And I've been doing like an assembly video. I've been doing, I think, I can't remember what I'm calling it. It might be the homework video, and then I'll write in which blocks are in there. So you can always do a keyword search to find stuff. And maybe while some of this stuff is stitching, I'll show you on my computer. Let's look right here. Okay, I'm gonna go to Facebook, and here is our Facebook sew along page. And if you go in here to, let me get up here. Let's go there. Facebook sew along. You should have a little magnifying glass right there. And if you go ahead and click that, and then type in whatever you want to find, so just to cup of cheer. Everything cup of cheer is going to pop up. So here's the modified cup of cheer spreadsheet. You can just go right there and find it. It's going to be right on there. If you want to find something like section 1, let me go back. Oop, that's not what I want. But here's our cup of cheer thing. Go to your magnifying glass, and we can just go, actually, I should have just put cup of cheer, and let's put in section 2 and see what comes up. And here is section 2. So the keyword searches should be pretty easy. Just find the group, and then just hit the little magnifying glass. Hit your little magnifying glass, and then put in whatever keyword you want to find. You know, if you want to go in here and you want our sew along for spring shower, or you want the sew along for 2 scoops, you can just type that in and everything. So if you want to do 2 scoops, just type it in, and here is everything that was related to 2 scoops will come up. All right? So pretty easy. Just find the group first, the A1 Reno Sew Along group, and then find the little magnifying glass and type in whatever you want to find. All right. Let's come back over here. Last thing we're gonna do, put in a color you can see. I mean, quite honestly, I could see that white, can't I? All right, let's put in something else. White's pretty light. This is going to be your cut line, so you could put something in nice and bright too. Like maybe I want to put in the brown. I'm going to put in the brown. And you know what it's doing? It's showing me, I'm looking at this screen, it is showing me a stitch all the way around. Now pressing is so important. Do you see how my line isn't even straight anymore? Let's just make sure I'm stitching the right thing. My brown thread in there. Okay. So, where is it? Last step. Stitch the trimming line and move the block. So it does. It goes around the whole thing. Sometimes it's just like a little line on the top and the bottom. So I just wanted to make sure that it wants the whole thing. And don't worry about if it's not totally straight. I think they're having you do that because it is pulling in a little bit. But we are going to give it a good press before we trim anything. don't trust it. Don't trust that line until you press everything and trim it. And then you're going to use your pop ruler to go around that approximately. All right, we are done with that one. Let's go ahead and slide that out. And we are gonna start with our 8x12 hoop. All right, I'm gonna pop that out of here. You have a little bit extra here that you can do one more hooping. I'm just gonna put that to the side and put this to the side. The white adds to the white does add to it. All right. When I am doing my, when I'm doing 8x12, I measure my, my muslin 12 inches. When I do my 5x7, I measure out 9 inches. And then sometimes I'll measure it the opposite way in case I'm hooping left to right, or if I'm hooping top to bottom, I'll measure differently for that. I'm gonna grab my hoop. I cut a piece. Let me see if I can find it. Is this my 12 inch? This is not my 12 inch. Let me see where I put that. Is this it? Okay, there we go. There's my 12 inch. All right, this is what we're gonna do next. So we did filler block 38, the tan house roof. Hopefully you had the right fabric, not like me. Reef 1. And now we're going to start and do these filler blocks right here. So to do the filler blocks, I wrote in here which filler block you're going to do. But if you're not sure of the fabric, make sure you have this because this gives them to you numbered. And this is from the quilting design guide. So I'm going to go ahead and hoop up first. Anyone have any questions? We're good to go. Let me go ahead and hoop up. I love the 8x12. This is like one of my favorite hoops. I know if you have the Luminaire Solaris, they didn't really give you a lot of those middle sizes. So if you want any of those hoops, contact the store. I'll always give you a great deal on those hoops. Okay. First one we're going to do, I think I had it written here that we're going to do that in one hooping. So first one we're going to do filler block 28 in a hooping. That means it's going to go all by itself. The fabric that we're looking for is going to be this one. It's kind of like that minty green. And so you should have this fabric right here. And you're going to have this right here. So, and this should be just a little bit smaller. This is what we're going to do first. And I think, you know what happens is when you add the quilting, it bumps you out of filler block. Where is it? I can't remember which one it is. Oh, 28 right here. Because of that quilting, it bumps you out of your 6x6. It bumps you out of your 6x12. I mean 6x10, so you have to move up in your hoop size. And you could do 8x8, 8x12, 7x12, and of course anything bigger than that. We're going to go ahead and do it in this one. We're going to scoot it up to the top, and then we're going to rehoop, and then we're going to use all of this. So let's go to our machine. And I'm going to slide my hoop on first. Actually, don't slide your hoop on because the last design I have on here is in my 5x7. It's going to tell me to switch to a bigger hoop, and it's going to keep giving me the message. So before I even slide my hoop on, oh, actually, no. If I put a smaller hoop on, you could have slid your hoop on because this one's bigger and it would accommodate that. So we could have, but I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of that. Now I'm going to slide my hoop on. Let's slide it on. And we're going to come over here, and I'm going to go to my home button. And we're doing filler block 28. So we want line 6, and we want 6x6 vertical. So I'm going to go here to the pocket. I mean, have you seen, ladies? Look at all the new icons on here. So if you do have a Luminaire or Solaris, I don't have the upgrade yet. So, but these are all the new icons. It's added all sorts of stuff. They're grayed out until you add kit 3. But kind of exciting. If you haven't done your update yet, make sure you do your update. Capuccio quilting. We are doing line 6, and we're going to do 6 by 6 vertical. So here we go. Here is 6 by 6. That's horizontal. That's vertical. This is just a filler block. There's nothing else to add. I'm going to change my hoop size. So I'm going to go up here to the notebook paper, and I'm just going to select my 8 by 12 and say okay to that. Now I'm going to scoot that all the way up. So I'm going to go embroidery and layout, move, and scoot them all the way up. And my hoop is on, so it won't go it won't go past the very top. There we go. Let's see what color it wants. For the filler blocks, for the quilting, you can just turn right here. This one is number 1 right here, and it just wants white. So go ahead and put your white thread in. We're going to do placement. I'm just going to do all in white. Let's just change it out right now. I could have left that brown in just for the placement and everything. You're going to give your batting and your backing a shot of spray. Because we're skipping the batting tack down, we're just measuring it. Our batting's just the final size. So I'm going to take these off. Go ahead and hit start, and it is going to do your batting placement. I'm going to give these a little shot of spray. Right, this goes right inside the line. If there's any dark threads on it, get them off. You don't want that to kind of shadow through. And now you're going to skip the next step, which is the batting tack down. You're going to skip you're going to do this. So fillers, you're going to do step 3. This is the background placement. So go ahead and hit start. And Karen, your filler blocks are going to be gorgeous. Don't worry about them not being big enough. The only time you'd have to worry is if it's going to not be, if it's smaller, if your background piece extends inside of the batting, then you would have to be worried. But anywhere in between this line, your background placement and the batting, as long as you're somewhere in here, the outline of your batting is where you're going to be stitching out all together. So you should be fine. But for the next one, if you need a little more room to make you comfortable, I want you to go ahead and add it. You just have to keep it in mind when you are piecing multiple pieces together. I'm going to stand up so I can see. All right. There we go. And next step, if you're not seeing quilting on your screen, you need to skip to the next step. That's going to be the tack down for my background fabric in orange. We're going to skip that. And we're going to do the quilting stitches. And it is wanting you to do those in white. There we go. I love this stitch. It's simple, but it looks super cute. If you laid it down wrong and your foot wants to go under there, make sure you keep your finger here. and that you stop it. It's okay if you mislay it. You just need to fix it. You can see I put the wrong thing down sometimes. Having the seam ripper out, that's just part of stitching, right? That's part of the process. Every once in a while, something's not going to go right. You get a second chance with all of this because we press. And pressing's going to solve a lot of those problems. That was really close to the edge. And right down here, I'm going to tickle my fabric a little bit. I might hold it right here. That's pretty close. I'm about 1/8 of an inch, and it is undersewn, Karen, and it's going to be fine. I'll press it all out. I'm going to keep, and if you need to, put your hand on your start stop. Here, I'm going to stop it right here and show you what you can do if you feel like it's going too close over here to the edge on the Baby Lock and the Brother machines. If you take this button and just hold it down, it's going to stitch really slowly until you take your finger off. So if you feel like over here you're having to babysit it a little bit and watch it, just hold it really slowly. Just hold it down until you're in a safe area. Take your finger off. If you feel like that's happening down on the bottom part too, you can do the same thing. So I'm right here. Now I can just stop it and then start it again. Let it stitch really, really slowly. And then I'm back onto the middle. I'm going to let it go. And you can just hold it down as slowly as you want for the rest of it if you want. Whatever you do not get your finger under that needle. And there it goes. I'm not sure about other machines, but that's a nice feature if you feel like you need a little bit more control. You can always slow it down in your machine settings too. Okay, that one is done. Let's go ahead and rehoop. What's next? Let's get our filler blocks out. I think we're going to do a whole bunch all at once. So if we hadn't scooted up, it would have been right in the middle and we'd have a bunch of waste. But we scooted it up so we can just unhoop. I'm going to move this all the way up. Not all the way up, but near the top. And I like a little bit of that coming underneath. Like maybe 1/4 of an inch. Then I feel like I have it hooped right when I have like 1/4 of an inch showing. Okay. Oh, and that's pretty tight. You might have to loosen it a little bit. I know some people had ordered hoop tighteners, and I should have those in this week. So I always like to hand tighten. This is my process. Hand tighten. Make everything nice and taut. And then you can grab your hoop screwdriver, or this is my screwdriver for everything. Put it on here and just tighten it a little bit more, just to where it's comfortable. Don't crank it down. And that looks great. Okay, let's put this back on the machine. This is what we're going to put into our next hooping. And I lay these out beforehand just to make sure this is going to be our best fit. And we are going to go ahead and put in filler block 30. Let me grab put this over here. You don't need that right now. Filler block 30 is going to be this one that should be pieced together. So you're looking for this with your batting. This is filler block 30. I'll just put them like this so they stay together. You also need filler block 32, which is this one down here. So we're doing this one. Filler block 34 Where's 34? Right here. This one goes vertical, up and down. Pick the way it make, like, look at mine. Could that have been more perfect with the little Mary? I don't think I didn't even plan that, ladies. That was the Kimberbell gods blessing me with like a wonderful cut. So that's going to be 34. And that's all in one hooping. So we're going to go ahead, and I must have just had them laid out, you know, just one after the other one. So let's go ahead and do that. And then the next 3 will be in a hooping. So these go together. I think I made that so you could still do it in the 8x8. I'm not positive. It's hard for my little brain to remember what I planned out. That's why I've been writing down those notes. All right, let's go ahead and load up those designs. How are we doing, ladies? You okay? Just checking on you. Okay. I'm going to hit my home button to clear my screen. And we are doing filler block number 30. So let's go embroidery. And these are all filler blocks. So we're not going to be adding, we're going to be adding, but not designs on top of quilting. We're just going to be adding multiple filler blocks. So we're going to come in here first. First one we're doing is 30. So filler block 30 is tree 1. And 2x6 vertical. Which is really like, I mean, when you flip it, it's going to be a 2x6 horizontal, but. So here's 2x6. You want that one, and go ahead and set it. Oh, you know why I did it this way? We're going to lay them out, one here, and one here. Go ahead and just take this one, and we'll move it up here to the top left. Make sure you don't go over that line. I usually will use my finger for general placement, and then I'll go edit. And, I mean, in this case, we're just moving, but usually I'll put size or rotate. And I'm just going to, here, let me go ahead to 200%. Okay, now you can see that line. I'm going to move it up and over to the left. Don't go over the line. It'll bump you into a bigger hoop. I'm going to go back to 100% just so you can see. Next one, say okay and add. Next one we're going to do is filler block. We just did 30. We're going to do filler block 32. Go to our guide here, filler block 32, line 6, 2x6 horizontal. Line 6. Line 6. This is 32, 2x6 horizontal. Do they have to be done in this order? Absolutely not. I put them in this order because that was how I could group them most efficiently. Here's, remember, you have 2 2x6. First one's going to be horizontal. The next one's going to be vertical. I don't think it makes a difference with these. But we'll just load them just like they say. I'm just going to take this, edit. Don't move it with your finger. You might move it left or right. Move and just scoot them all the way up. I mean, those are close. You don't have a lot of room. Now I'm going to say okay, add. Next one we're going to add, we did 30, 32, now we're adding 34. 34 is line 6, 2x6 horizontal, same thing. Oh, so you know what? We didn't have to come in here. We could have just hit the duplicate button. So, but I am already here, so let's do it. So cup chair quilting, line 6, and it wants the same design that we had before. I'm going to add it, and then I'll show you what we should have done. Remember, the horizontal, vertical, 2x6 horizontal, set, edit, move. We'll move them out this way, all the way to that right line, but not over. And then all the way up, but not over. Okay, what we should have done that was going to be easier. So I'm going to take that and let's, we're going to delete this one. The easier thing to do is make sure this one's selected, and that right here makes a copy. There, that's would have been way easier than going through all those steps. So I'm going to move it. And let's show you what happens if you go over your line. I'm going to go over my line here. If you go over your line, it is going to, when I go to say okay in embroidery, it says change to a larger embroidery frame. That's my cue to go, oops, I went over. So I'm right here. I'm going to move it. Here, we'll zoom into 200%. Move it over here. You can see I'm over the line. I'm just going to scoot him down till I'm inside my line. This one, I can tell I can have one more click up if I want it, but it doesn't make a difference. Let's just go ahead, go back to 100% and say okay. All right, we are ready to stitch, I think. Let's go ahead and say embroidery. It moved, which means I am a-okay. I have mine laid out in the order in which they're going to be stitched. And make sure you lay this down right. It needs to go this way. So this is the very leftmost part of the design. I mean, you could lay it down like that. Wouldn't make a difference, really. It just wouldn't look like the pattern. That's all. All right. The pieced one first, then the mistletoe, and then the blue one. I'm going to take all of this to my spray tent. I'm going to lay it all down and spray them out. I've already pre-cut all of my fabric. You'll be fine, Karen. You'll be good. You're going to have enough. It's going to look fantastic. I'm going to do these one at a time. You could do them, we could color group, but I'm just going to go ahead and do them all one at a time so I can kind of hold them down, make sure everything's right. If you wanted to color group, you can see that here is all your applique, placement, tack down, and then quilting, so on and so forth. You could go into layout, and this button right here will color group. So now all my placement is done at once. All my tack downs, all of that's done at once, and then the quilting. I don't know if all my quilting color is going to be the same, so I'm just going to undo that and do them separately. Not a big deal. So let's go ahead and hit layout, so it shows me what's stitching out. I'm going to spray everything, and right now let's look at the first one and see what color we need. The first one is right here, this very top one. So sew your filler blocks together. Whoops, that's not what I want. I want right here. I just want it to tell us what color. So that one is going to be the lighter of the pinks. So go ahead and take that. We'll put that one in first. I'm going to change the thread out. How are we doing on time, ladies? 3:52, we have an hour. May go a little bit over. And while it's stitching the placement line, I'm going to go ahead and spray all of this. Here is my first piece. I'm going to just place it right in there. I'm going to skip to the next step, which is going to be placement for my filler background. I'm going to stitch that. And then I'm going to get ready to place my pieced filler block background. And you should place it so the diagonal fabric is going to be down at the bottom, which is the left part of the block. right. Let's go ahead and place that. And then it's going to do we're going to skip the next step, which is the tack down for that. And we're going to stitch the quilting. All right. Go ahead and hit start. I'm going to manage it a little bit, make sure my fabric doesn't move too far out of the way. But this is cute. It's just going to be the Christmas trees going all the way across. We're going to press it and it's going to be perfect. When we press it and trim it. Don't worry about any puckering. Don't worry about it not being exactly on that line. Look at that one. Wasn't he cute? That little tree. Adorable. Got one more. Okay, next color thread you're going to need. We are going to be doing this filler block down here. Filler block number 3, and it wants the gray thread. So I'm going to go ahead and change out my thread. I'm going to put the gray in, and we're going to start with the placement stitch for our batting. My batting and my fabric is already sprayed. I did all 6 pieces all at once. The 3 battings and the 3 filler block tops. Okay, placement stitch for your batting. And now we're going to place our batting. We're going to skip the tack down for the batting, and we're going to go placement for the background. So you're doing both of the turquoise. And I know it's, when you have an applique, it always does those, doesn't do them in the actual color. They'll do turquoise and orange. I don't know if it's different for each designer. If they always do turquoise and orange, I'm going to have to pay attention. When you cut these apart, you're going to cut right in between the two. If you feel like you need extra room, flip them. And you can lay them out this way and leave like an inch in between them. Now lay this down. There is no right or wrong with this. All right. You're going to skip the next step. Next step is tack down for your background. Now you're going to do the quilting stitches. Here we go. And I am going to go ahead and maybe assist just a little bit and just holding it down. And again, if you want to, if you're worried about that fabric staying down, you could do that little trick where I showed you where you can stitch the fabric down slowly. As long as you're pretty centered in there, you should be fine. If your foot accidentally scoops your fabric, just stop. Stop it right away. Okay, next one is going to be the cute, I think they call it graffiti. But we're going to do this one next, and that's going to be in the blue. So I'm going to go ahead and change out my thread. The blue in. Placement first for your batting. And don't forget to like close these. So if you have this thread, some people don't even know this, but this opens up. So then when you go to put this away, you can wind it up and just put it in here to hold it and then snap it down. I had somebody come in the day and they didn't realize that their thread did that. That's one of the best features here. If you have a 10 needle, always make sure you snap those shut. Otherwise, your thread is gonna get caught on that, and it's gonna give you some heartache. Break your. I think that's like the only time I ever break a needle is when I forget to do that on my multi-needle. All right. Put your batting down right inside of that stitch line. Skip the next step. Next step is tack down in orange. Placement. Do that step so you know exactly where to put your filler piece. For somebody who's always done the tack down of the batting and trimmed, it is so nice to skip that step. I can't even tell you how much time we're saving. It's hours, ladies. And I'm being serious. It's totally hours. Okay, I'm going to lay this down. Make sure it's right inside of that stitch line. If you want, you can make it super sticky on the edges. You're going to skip the next step. Next step is tack down. We don't need that. You're going to do the quilting. And then we're done with these three. Do not leave this unattended. While it's doing this, if you're new to embroidery, at some point your foot's going to scoop underneath your fabric. It's going to make a big old mess. You're going to have to cut it off of your machine. Right, ladies? We've all been there. Perfect. And those three pieces are done. All right, time to rehoop. I need to take this to, you know, the other day I said to my daughter, I go, just take it to Kinko's. And she's like, what's Kinko's? So that used to be the thing, though, Kinko's. I was like, I mean Office Depot. So, but I've seen some of you ladies have spiral bound this, and that's so nice because then it just lays nice and flat. I need to do that. All right. Let's see where we're at. So we've done all of this. We're going to do one more hooping for our filler blocks, and we're going to do 37, 41, and 44 in a hooping. So what fabric you're going to need is going to be, first of all, 37. That's going to be this one. You should have a nice square piece of batting. It's so funny how those things go in and out. Like, what happened to Kinko's? I loved Kinko's. Reminds me of college, right? 37, 41 for me. 41 is going to be this one, and this is going to be the bottom. And then the last one is going to be 44. That's going to be this big old piece right here. So I can't remember how I laid it down, but we'll figure it out as we put it in. I think it's going to be like this. So this piece, and then this one is probably goes next to it like that. Actually, no. It's probably going to be like this because we're going down in the 8x12. All right. Let me grab my hoop. We're going to unhoop and rehoop. How are you doing, ladies that are using muslin for the first time? Remember, don't stretch it when you put it in. You don't want to like stretch it really hard. You just want it to be taut where it's not all wrinkled. I'm going to move up to the next section of my hoop. Can hang over a little bit. And you can do the same thing for your no-show mesh. If you're using no-show mesh, you can leave it on the roll. I just got an email. We love OESD in our store too. And I just got an email and they said all their thread is going up and their stabilizer. So you know that can be expensive. All right, nice and smooth. So if you're thinking of filling in some colors, do it now. We are hooped. I'm going to take my hoop and slide it on the machine. Let's load our designs in. And again, there's no right or wrong way to be doing this. This just, I just played around with the designs to see how I could fit everything in as efficiently as possible. So we are going to go ahead and this is our last hooping. So we did 28 one hooping, 30, 32, and 34 in one hooping, and now we're doing 37, 41, and 44. So from our handy dandy list, 37 is tree 1, 4x4 horizontal. So I'm going to go ahead and hit my home button. And 37 again is tree 1. Tree 1. Da, da, da. Quilting. Tree 1. And we want 4x4 horizontal. 4x4 right here. Horizontal, vertical. Do this first one. Set it, and I'm going to take that, and there's nothing else with it, so I'm just going to take it. How come he doesn't want to move? Move. How come he didn't like my finger? That's weird. Isn't that weird? Okay. Now we're going to put in design 41. Design 41 is winter 2, 2x4. So let's go ahead and hit add. Winter 2. And 2x4. Block by block. 2x4 right here. Set it. I don't know why it won't let me move it with my finger. Maybe I need my stylus. Maybe I need to, when in doubt, just reset your machine. Leave some space in between those two. Okay. And then the last one we're going to load in there is going to be, we just put in 37 and 41. We're going to put 44. Add. Okay, 44 is on the next page. We want line 6, 6x6 vertical. Line 6 and 6x6 vertical. 6 vertical. Set. Okay, let's just use the move. And we have a little room. I'm going to do a little bit more room than what we had with the other one, and we are good to go. This is what it should look like in your hoop. Let's go ahead and say okay. Keep in mind, vertical, if your fabric is directional, let's see which one that is. That is 44. Ooh, the houses. When you put the houses, not that it makes a difference, right? We could put our fabric this way, but your fabric should be this way. I'll show you what I mean when we get to it. That makes a difference with some of these. That one, not so much. But let's just go ahead and say okay. Embroidery, and we are ready to go. I'm not going to combine. I'm just going to do them one at a time. Let's grab our fabric. Here's all my fabric. I'm going to take it and put it into my spray tent, give it a spray. Let's look at the first one. First one is going to be this right here. So it's number 4, and that's going to be the green. I know that's hard to see, but that's green. Let's put that in first. And then we get to the real meaty stuff, ladies. We get to the embroidered blocks. So we are at 4:10. We've got 50 minutes. Did I read the clock wrong earlier? I think we might go a little bit over. And I've been doing my homework as soon as the sew-alongs end. I've been just going ahead and doing my homework. I'm going to take these to my spray tent, and I'm going to spray them. Spray all of those at once. I couldn't fit one of my pieces, but don't get crazy. I'm going to lay these two down first. This goes down. We are going to do the next. We're not going to do the next step, which is the tack down, but we will do, so turquoise, turquoise. If you're looking at your colors, you're doing turquoise and turquoise. Depending on the machine you have, you might not have a progress bar like that. I love the progress bar. I'm going to go this step right here. Did you see how to get here? So you have your layout with your options right here. Layout that shows you your stitch out. This button down here gives you your arrows where you can go forward and backwards. This here lets you go forward and backwards stitches and thread colors. So I'm skipping the next, oh, I already skipped that step. So now it's the placement stitch for the background fabric. You can always reach out to me at the store if you have like a specific question. Ladies, I'm here for you. If you ever send me a note and you didn't hear back from me, send me another note. Sometimes my emails, I go, oh, I'm going to answer that one later. And then it kind of gets buried. So I will never ignore you on purpose. If I ever ignore you, it's an accident. All right, there we go. Which one is this one? This one is the trees. Next step I'm going to skip. Next step is orange. That's just the tack down. I want the quilting stitches. I have the right color in. I'm not really directional, so this is good. Do you sell the spray that you use in your shop? I sell it. It's KK Gnold. It's my favorite. And we do sell that. There we go. Let me get you a nice view. Don't worry about any of this puckering. It's going to look gorgeous when we spray everything out. Whoop. Oh, that wasn't very good, huh? I'm gonna leave it though. I'm within that 1/4 of an inch. I call it, I'll just press the heck out of it. It'll lay flat and beautiful. I should have been, as I was stitching out, should have grabbed this corner and kind of held it out here. But that's gonna be okay. I'm still in there. I'll hold this one. Don't engage in risky behavior, ladies. If you have a stiletto, you can always grab your stiletto and hold that so your finger doesn't get near it. I must have a stiletto here somewhere. Back in the day, ladies, I didn't have a stiletto. I just had a chopstick. I mean, every self-respecting Korean has a chopstick. We eat a lot of rice in this house. Anyhow, okay. I never know. Can I say that? Is that like... I never know what I can say or not say anymore. Okay, I'm going to do the next step. Going to do my place. Patrick would be like, you can't... Patrick always warns me because I never know if I'm being politically correct. But seriously, like, I had chopsticks all the time, and that's what I used. Like, my chopstick was my, like, go-to. So I still have chopsticks in my sewing room, but now I also have fancy things like this, like a stiletto that can hold things down. Okay, so we're going to put that down first. I'm going to skip the next step, which is orange. I'm going to go ahead and go to my next step, which is going to be the placement for the filler background fabric. This one is a pieced filler background. Yes, Susan, we can send that to you. He got pulled back a little bit. Okay. Let's look at how it's being laid out. I can't remember if that was like vertical or not. Oh, it's got a little snowman on it. So this one, you want the striped, the diagonal fabric to be on the bottom. I'm gonna lay them out. I'm gonna grab my little stiletto. And let's stitch them out. Whoops. That is we don't need that stitch. Hang on. That's the tack down. I'm going to skip that. Let's go to the next one. That's your quilting stitches right there. I never want you to accidentally hurt yourself by getting your fingers in the way, but for me, I just usually hold the fabric down and just make sure. Let me trim that little thread so he doesn't get stitched down. Hi, Miss Jenna. Finally get to join. Just finishing section 2. That's okay. You're doing great. Glad to see you. My visits with your hubby are so much fun when he comes in. We just chat and chat. I get nothing done. Okay, I'm just going to hold that little corner. I mean, I think that's all we got done too, right? Section 2 is supposed to be complete. So you're right where we are. Okay, I'll hold this little corner down. I don't see any stitches getting that close. And we're headed over here. I'm going to hold that corner down. And we are good. Next one. It's the big one. All right, here we go. Let's see what color we're supposed to do our quilting in. It is going to be this one right here, number 3, and it wants it to be gray. So it's asking for gray. I find these a little hard to read too. I'm like used to it now, but in the beginning I looked at, especially, I don't know why the red doesn't look red to me. The red looks brown. So I'm going to put in my gray. This is coin. Put your coins in, ladies. And then we are done with our filler blocks from section 3, 4, and 5. Can you believe that? You've got some decent homework. 3, 4, and 5 needs to be done. Actually, one of those sections won't be done because we're not doing deck the halls. If you're dying to get all those 3 sections done, you can stitch out deck the halls too, but you need a 9.5 by 14. What if your machine doesn't have the 9.5 by 14? I know some people are using clear blue tiles. I can't remember who said that last time, but somebody was using clear blue tiles if it was bumping them out of their hoop. So you can always do that. You can skip the quilting on some of these if you want. You can quilt it later. So you have lots of different options. You might have, I haven't even looked to see if there's multiple hooping options. Like if you can, if they give you hooping options for the bigger designs, if you have smaller hoops. I think they have that in your instructions. All right, I am going to skip the next step. That's tack down for our batting. We're going to do that one. That's placement for our filler block. Go ahead and stitch that out. I'm going to give my filler block a shot of spray. Susan is using CBT. Oh, clear blue tiles. Yep. Susan, was it you who told me you were using the clear blue tiles? I love clear blue tiles. I think they're so much fun. They're so easy to use. All right, this really isn't going to make a difference, but I think this one went in. I'm going to look at my instructions. 44. That one loaded in vertically, which means your fabric should go like this, and then you turn it later. So I'll just follow instructions. Just do as you're told, Jeannie. Don't think, that's when you get in trouble. I'm going to skip the next step. We're going to just hit our arrow. Make sure you see your quilting stitches. This is where you have to be careful. Make sure your foot doesn't get scooped. You might want to just hold your fabric in place just to get started. There we go. This fabric is the cutest. I like the way they combine things like the hot cocoa. Because the hot cocoa came from what? Did we have it, hot cocoa was in the bench pillow, Candy Cane Lane. Susan, how big is your biggest hoop? Was it 6 by 10? Did you tell me it was 6 by 10? There we go. Don't forget, if we're getting close to that edge and you want to slow it down, just stop it, like right there. And just hold your start-stop button down. I am like 1/8 of an inch off of that. So I can go ahead and hit stop here and just hold this down. And then you're going nice and slow. I can just make sure that doesn't move as it goes across, and let it go. I'm doing fine up here. I'm really close to the edge on that bottom. Okay, again, I'm going to go ahead and stop it here and just make sure Here we go. I'm close to the edge over here too. I'll just go ahead and hold it. Make sure it seems fine. Don't worry about this. This is fine. Because you have your background fabric. Your background fabric is going to take care of everything. And it's gorgeous. Super cute. All right, ladies, let's move on. We're ready to, so we did all our filler blocks. Next thing we're going to do is let's stitch star 1. We're doing star 1. You are going to have to do star 2 and 3 for homework. These should be a piece of cake. We've already done present. Did we do present 1 and 2? So that's why this is homework, and we've already done snowflake 1, so 1, 2, and 3. So this is going to be all stuff that you've done before, and that's going to save us and get us through our project a little bit quicker. We are going to take this out of the hoop, off the machine. Here we go. I wonder how many of you have multi-needles. You know what time of the year it is, ladies? It's tiling scene season. So if you've ever done an OESD tiling scene, they have 2 that came out. One is called Haunted Hill Mansion, and the other one is Winter Visitors. And I'm going to be 10 needling that. Maybe we'll do a couple blocks as a sew along. Okay. Handy dandy agenda sheet. Next thing, let's stitch star 1. Let me grab our fabric. And star 1 is going to be on page star 1, Christmas 8. It's page 12. Page 12. I thought I pulled it all to the side. Let's move this out of the way. Let's hoop up. We're still working in our 8x12. If you want to like cut these 2 off, you could go ahead and cut that off. Where's my favorite scissors for this kind of stuff? Leave this on. Actually, you could cut all the way to this. You can cut all of that off. But leave this very last one on. Cut in the middle. Don't cut right to the line of either of those, because you're going to need that. We can cut all these apart later. Tan House Part B. Yes, we're going to do that. This is what we have left to do. Gift Box 1, Part B. Oh, Star 1, Gift Box 1, Part B, and Tan House Part B. We're going to finish up with those 3. I should just make the sew-alongs a little longer, huh? I just can't seem to work within my time frame. I need the other one. Ooh, I'm going to need some more. While it's stitching, I will go ahead and cut another strip. We should measure sometime and see how much we use. Even with like the tiling scenes, we keep it on the roll, and I think I figured out it is 2 and... Is it 2 1/4 yard of background fabric? Something like that. Perfect. Looks great. All right, I'm going to go ahead and slide this on the machine. Let me find my fabric. Now that okay, ladies, I was slightly freaking out when I got home. I don't know. I was just like out of sorts. I like to have lots of time to kind of prepare. All right, so this is what you're looking for is star 1. And we're going to be on page 12. Oh, I don't think I've done. This is the first one that we've done. Okay, anything we should know. Just your, you just have your background, your applique fabric, your batting, and alignment. Alignment's going to be centered. For star 1, you just need white thread for your quilting. So let's go ahead and put some white thread in. I don't know why, I just feel so much more relaxed now. Maybe it's just stitching is relaxing me. And then I will probably do all the rest of I'll do everything else for home. I'll do all my homework tonight. I might not piece it all together. I also only have a 6x10. So, ooh, Curtis. So have you been, what have you been doing for the larger blocks? Are you double hooping? Because I think it gives you double hooping instructions for the larger blocks. And I think you could do clear blue tiles to quilt if you want to pre-quilt stuff. All right. We are doing that class. We're doing a class next week, a free sew along for the trivets. And we're going to be doing, I'm going to be using clear blue tiles. So I'm going to go home. I don't mean to leave you out. So, because I know some of these, I am grouping a lot of these in the 8x12 hoop. Embroidery. Let's go to our pocket. The process is the same. You'll just do them individually. With the ones that are 6x6 or larger, it does mean that you're going to pre-quilt with your clear blue tiles. Or however else you want to quilt it. Okay, this is going to be star 1. We're going to do Christmas 8. Christmas. Whoop. Let's get in the right folder. Christmas 8. 6x6 horizontal. I think you just, how does it work? You just kind of lay it on there. You could do it and just do the quilting design, right? Because you can choose clear blue tile instead of block by block. Okay. Focus, Jeannie. Star 1, 6x6 horizontal. Here's my 4x4s. 6x6 horizontal is this one, and set it. And we're combining because now we're doing this with an embroidery design. So hit add, go back to your pocket, and we are going to do our quilting designs. Star 1 is applique. So here we go. And we're going to be using the same design for all of them. It's just the star. Set. Those are combined. Don't move it here. We're going to move it in the next page. We're going to go embroidery. My hoop is already on. I am going to, we already have our 8x12. So I'm just going to go layout, move, and scoot them all the way up. And we are ready to go. I'm going to change this layout again. So, and some of you have 2 edit screens. So you'll hit the edit screen to get this to come up. And I like that, so I know where I'm at. And we're going to go ahead and do the first stitch out. And remember, it asked for white. So let me go ahead and put in my white thread. So Curtis, for my 6x6 quilting block. And this is a great resource, people. So if you have questions, you can ask it. We have so many people that watch the sew along who are experts with their machines. And you can ask questions like, how do I do this? What's going to work best for my machine? How can I make this happen? So I'm going to read. Let me put this up here. And then I'm very interested in reading to see what Curtis is doing. Oh my goodness. Now I'm going to have to say ladies and gents is what I like to say. All right. I'm going to go ahead and spray everything. But first I'll start off with just my batting, wrong side up, in my background fabric. And then I'll come back and spray the applique fabric. Let me put that in my spray tent. It sounds like Curtis has it down. So, I mean, I had I don't know what your journeys look like as far as, I could have been stitching this whole time instead of talking. But my first embroidery machine was a 4x4 hoop. I gotta tell you, I didn't have it long. I outgrew it quickly, but I only upgraded to something with a 5x7 hoop, and I had that for probably 2 years. And, did I have it for 2 years? I think I had it for like 2 years. I just made it work. I did everything in my 5x7 hoop. And then one day, the store that I would go to, the owner called me and had a trade-in, and that's when I got a machine that had an 8x12 hoop. And then from there, I got a 6 needle, and from there, I bought a Janome 15,000, but I realized I really love Baby Lock and Brother, and then I got, what did I get next? A 10 needle, and then the Luminaire. So we're going to skip the next step. Remember, this has background fabric, not filler fabric, so we're skipping steps 2 and 3. Let's come over here. That's tack down for the batting, placement for the background, tack down for the background. And I'm just going to cover this up. Make sure I have enough top and bottom. I have about 1 inch on the bottom, so it should be fine. And I am going to tack this down. I'll just go ahead and leave the white in there. So Curtis and Susan are sharing with us what they do for their block. So if you are in something smaller, you're in a hoop that's smaller, and for this one, you're going to see it gives you 3 different colors in here. All right, let's talk about that. So all that means is for star 1, you're going to use the green. For star 2, you're going to use that, I don't know, this one, which is Tidewater. And then for star 3, you're going to use the red. So we're on this one. It says stitch the star placement line. So, before we do that, let's do our quilting. It's recommending white for star 1. So I'm just going to hit start. And now I can kind of look and see what Curtis and Miss Susan have been up to. I have to get up and stand up. So looks like the files for the pouch. Oh, that has the crosshairs. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. I didn't even think of that. So Susan uses the crosshairs. There's usually a crosshair. It's usually like says 4x4 and it's the crosshairs, and that'll find your center. 6x10. I have not even done the halls. I think that we're supposed to do that next week, but maybe we can do that for homework, and then you can finish all your, you can finish the entire section 3, 4, and 5. So there's going to be your double hooping instructions for the bigger ones. Will we do gift 1 part B today? Is that on the agenda? Because if it's on the agenda, we're doing it. Yes, gift box 1 part B, that's going to be next. That's happening next, Miss Karen. Would love to see a multi-needle in action. Ooh, should I do my homework on the multi-needle? Maybe I'll do that. I'll do that on the multi-needle, but what you'll really see me doing, what I do on my multi-needle, I love doing my tiling scenes, and I also call this freestanding lace season. Because there's the pumpkin designs, the new gingerbread house. I'll do all of those on my 10 needle. Also tan house part B. Yes, we're going to do that too. We're going to do tan house part B. So Curtis has been editing the quilting to remove the tack down of the fabric and then the design fits. So Curtis, are you doing that with software? I'm assuming that you're doing that with software to remove that outer line. Check the hulls. I did clear blue tiles. Stitch out the crosshair files and then use that to line up the batting and background. Spray base my background fabric and tape a bit. There's nothing wrong with tape. Use it. What are you using to edit? So What Pro I purchased. I've never heard of So What Pro. All right, let me get back to the stitch out. There's your quilting, the cute little stockings. Look how cute those are. Okay, now we're ready to do the applique. So we're gonna stitch the star placement line. Let's change your thread out. You wanna put your green in for the first one. I should fire it up. You know, last night it was so loud in here because I was embroidering on the luminaire, and then I was embroidering in the luminaire, and I was also stitching out on my 10 needle too. So I'll show you what I was working on. I actually started these freestanding lace cacti. I started this summer, and for some reason, I lost my mojo. I don't know why, I just wasn't into it. And last night I was like, I'm finishing. These are beautiful. And I started again, and I couldn't stop. And then I have some pumpkins I'm doing as well. Okay, spray your applique fabric. You're going to be putting this down. This is going to be for your first star. How cute! Ladies, you've got to see. Also, I've also been working because I'm teaching it on the 25th, but I'm doing Stitch Delight. This is the other project I'm working on, and you can do these in smaller hoops too. I haven't done it before. I did do some multi-hooped blocks, but if you've seen this, this is, I don't know how to show it to you or have it like laid out. I'll just put it here and you can kind of see it. But this is what I've been working on too. Oh, you see all the, and this is embroidered. So even though it looks like free motion, these are embroidered blocks. Aren't they beautiful? So this is the Hoffman poinsettia panel, and that's the other thing I've been working on. I was like an embroidery fiend yesterday. I was just doing everything in my sewing room. I was like, let's finish that, and let's start this, and let's do that. Okay, get your applique scissors. We're going to go ahead and trim this. Let me find my snips. Would love to see a tutorial sew along for the multi-needle. Should I do that? Should I, maybe what I'll do then, Curtis, do you have a multi-needle? Maybe I'll do my homework on the multi-needle. The thing I worry about is, you know what I'm going to do? This is what I'm going to do. Because not everyone is doing Merry Christmas, y'all. Although I think you should, because I think it's that cute. I'm going to do that on my multi-needle. How about that? What do you think? We'll finish this on the sit down, because I'm just going to be setting up my colors on my multi-needle and letting it go. That's the beauty of the multi-needle is, how many colors are there on this? 12? So you might have to change your colors every once in a while, but for the most part, you're not going to be changing out I'm not going to be rethreading my needle. And I can set my pauses and walk around my room and not pay attention to my machine. You're still going to have to lay down for the applique and all of that stuff, lay down your fabric and do all of that stuff. All right, looks good. Last step is 4 minutes, and it is going to do all the decorative stitching. That looks like this is a pieced block. So just go ahead and hit start. You're going to leave that same green in there. I'm still reading. I had to get up because my eyes can't see the writing on the chat so small. Yeah, and if you are ever looking to upgrade, there's certain machines we can ship and certain machines we can't ship, but you should always reach out to us. We do a lot of trading in and trading up, so we usually have a lot of great machines. New machines and used machines. Love it. Beautiful. No, I would love to purchase one in the future. I just ordered the spray. Yeah, and I have a lot of people that you might buy something and you can just, buy, and then when you're ready, you can say, I'm ready to ship, and then we'll combine shipping and we'll refund shipping if there's excess shipping too. So I know I hate paying for shipping, so we're very mindful of that to make sure that we can make it as affordable for you as possible. And sometimes if it's something small, we can ship it first class too. So 13 ounces or 13 ounces or less, we can ship first class. So you can always put a note in there and just tell me you're okay with me shipping it first class, and that can save some money as well. So just to let you know, we always try and help you out if we can. All right, here's our gorgeous star. Let's get what's going to be next. This is 4 minutes of stitching. Next thing we're going to stitch out is going to be, what are we stitching out next, guys? Gift box 1, part B. You should already be done with part A. We did those all in our very first sew along. So let's get part B. Reef. I'm going to pull out Tan House, part B, because we're going to do that. We did our windows already. Gift box. Here we go. This is what you should have. Let's go through our instructions in the book and make sure we have all of our embellishments. So this is gift box 1, part B, and that is going to be on page box 142. Let's go to page 42. And it looks like there's no extra special things that you're going to need. But this should be done from before. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and do this next. That's going to be in, I think I have enough. I don't think I have to cut any more for right now. Maybe I'll cut a little bit just in case. I'm going to cut another 8 by, I'm sorry, a 12-inch strip of my muslin. All right, that is done. Let's go ahead. Let's come over here. And let's get ready for the next one. Whoop. It's my filming arm. All right. We're still in our 8x12. You could be using an 8x8 for these as well. I'm just going to go ahead and scoot him up. A little bit, like a 1/4 of an inch underneath is good. Don't do more than that because it might start to interfere with your design. Okay, we are good to go. Let's see if there's any special instructions. So, alignment. Alignment's just going to be centered. We're going to use white for our quilting. We're going to do Christmas 8, the 6x6. And hooping, we don't have to worry about that. We're all hooped up. Let's go ahead and just start by doing our background quilting. I'm going to take this to the machine, slide it on. I feel like I'm working with a forever bobbin, which was crazy because last night I think I went through yesterday probably 10 bobbins working on Stitch Delight. It was just bobbin after bobbin after bobbin. Here we go. Susan, I have one more cup of cheer fabric kit in the store, and then I have 5 more coming. So if you need one, go ahead and order it, and I should have you either get the one that's in the store as long as nobody's purchased it, or you'll get the one that shows up, one of the 5 that show up this week. I just think we'll probably have them on Friday. Could possibly be beginning of next week. But let's see. What am I looking for here? Here's my instructions. We are on gift box. These are the exciting ones, aren't they? Because we worked so hard to do like part A, and now we get to put it all together. Christmas 8. Christmas 8. If it was like after Thanksgiving, I would be playing Christmas music right now. Doesn't Christmas music make you feel so warm and cozy? I can't even, we're still in the 90s here in Reno, so I don't know what your weather's been like, but it's been still hot. So I can't picture it right now, but 6x6, we want 6x6 horizontal, so it's the first one. Go ahead and set it. Let's add. We are going to add to it. We're going to do it's not a house, but it is a dimensional pocket. Wait, was that right? Or was I supposed to do, let me look. I was getting trigger happy. I think it's this one, right? That's it. Uh-oh. Let's make sure it's not this one. Let's check. This is box 1. I'm thinking it's this one. And that's going to be box 2. Okay, we're going with this one. Let me look at box 2 and just make sure. Box 2. Yeah, it's got the other one has the red top. Okay. There we go. Set. Susan, you're so good at making sure I don't go astray. Is that one the right one? This weekend. And when she sees this, she may... Yes, she will probably want it. All right. And I think we were just centered for both of these. So I'm going to go ahead and hit embroidery. It's combined now, so I'm going to scoot it all the way to the top. And I'm going to say okay. We're going to change the layout so we can see what it's stitching with our color list. And I'm going to go here where I can go forward and back. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do the placement line for the batting. Let me see what color it wants. White. So I'm going to take out my green. Let's put in our white. Remember, it was last week, I think, that Susan tried to save me from my misalignment. And that, you know what, that was a lesson in, ladies? Fudging it. Every once in a while, you're going to have to fudge it, and I think we just cut it a little bit differently, and it worked. But I do like it being perfect for you. That's what I prefer. Okay, do your placement line for your batting. I'm going to go ahead and take my batting. Here's my batting, and here's my background fabric. Your background fabric is the white geometric. Go ahead and give both of those a little shot of spray. Make sure you don't spray the wrong side of your background fabric. Oh my goodness. Susan, were you the one trying to save me today too when I couldn't find my, when I started the sew along in a panic because I couldn't find that filler fabric and it was right there. Okay, we're going to skip the next step. Next step is going to be tack down for the batting. We're going to skip that step. That is placement for your background. We're going to do that one with just tack down for the background. See that big blue thread I have there? Get rid of it. That will shadow through and you'll see it. And this is going to just cover it. You just want to center it to your fabric approximately. And tack it down. Then we're going to do our quilting stitch, which is going to be the stockings. Who else is here that hasn't said hi? Miss Audrey, are you here today? Next week, Sew Along is going to be on Monday again. I think we are back on schedule. I'll put something out and I'll send, if you're on the email list, I'll send you an email confirming. It'll be Monday, 10 to 1. Which you know means 10 to 2. Stitch this out. You do need your flex foam. And you're just going to need a little bit of flex foam to go underneath your bow. So make sure you have a piece of flex foam. Ladies, I have so much flex foam. You know what I like about the Kimberbell flex foam is it's thinner. Like it's thinner than just Helen flex foam. And actually, you know what we decided, because I had a customer come in, it's not thinner, but it's more squishy. It's squishier than Pelon foam. So let me grab some of my flex foam. I'm not pre-cutting it. Well, actually, you might want to pre-cut it because it's on that big old piece. But I'm just using some of this. This is just from another one of my kits. So I highly recommend the Kimberbell Flex Foam. First thing you're going to do is you're going to stitch out the bow placement line. Then we're going to put down the bow fabric. The first color that's really going to make a difference is going to be the stitch is going to be the blue. So why don't you put the blue in right now? Somebody tried to save me from, they tried to save me from misaligning for one of the sew-alongs. And I didn't even notice because I thought I was doing such a great job. I thought I was on such a roll. And I didn't even notice that I wasn't on such a roll. So we're going to go ahead. I'm going to stitch. This is the placement line for your flex foam. I find that flex foam, like you can just hold it down and it's not going to move anywhere. So I'm not even going to give it a shot of spray. I was like, I'm nailing it. Look how great that block went. We're really doing awesome. And then next thing you know, I totally misaligned something. And I always feel horrible when that happens. But I think it worked out okay. Okay, that was stitching of the bow base placement line. Now you're going to place the flex foam. So you just want to kind of cover that. Make sure you're covering top and bottom. I'm just going to hold this down and you're going to just stitch. Once you do this, you're going to trim close to the stitch line. See, it doesn't really move anywhere, so you don't really have to tape it down. This was, I think these were my first applique scissors that I bought, and they're still one of my favorites. I'm going to slide this off. And go ahead and just trim this close to the stitch line. I'm gonna lap it. It's gonna go on my lap. Hang on. Let me move some stuff. There we go. I just want to be able to turn this. All right, next step is placement stitch for the bow fabric. You don't really have to do that. You know it's going to go right over this. I'm going to skip it. I think before I was babying you and I was like, okay, we're going to do it just so you don't get confused, but let's just skip it. Why are we doing that? You know where it's at. So I'm on this screen. If you're not on the screen, all you have to do is hit this button to get there, where you go forward and backward stitches. That is, this is placement, remember? Turquoise is placement. And that is tack down. So grab your fabric, give it a little shot of spray. The bow is going to be this beautiful blue. I'm going to spray that right now. And then we're just going to put it down on top. We skip the placement because, right, that's your placement. You know. Make sure he's pretty centered. And this is your tack down. And let's see how it wants you to trim. It says trim fabric close to the stitch line. So now I'll just use my my titanium snips. These are my absolute favorites. So we're gonna go ahead and use this. And now look, you have your flex room, so it's all cushy and cute. You're so advanced, ladies. You can skip steps. I mean, if you've done this much stitching, you're already advanced. Let's go ahead and trim this close to the stitch line. Close to, but not cutting. All right, that was step number 4, and now you're going to stitch the bow satin outline in detail. So just go ahead and slide it back on. You should have your blue in already. If you don't, put it in right now. And just hit start. And now we're gonna, after this, we're gonna stitch the, you're gonna stitch the gift box placement line and center stitch line. It's saying to do it in a color that you can see. I think I'm just gonna leave this blue in there. And now it wants to do that whole pin action where we use those pins to line it up. I thought tacks might be easier. I'm gonna go grab my tacks. while it's stitching this out, I'm going to cut apart my blocks. So, the ones that are already done, let's see what's over here. I'm just going to take these and turn them to the back side so I can be mindful of where the stitch lines are. Let me bring this down a little bit. And I'm just going to cut in the middle. And I can do that with my filler blocks. I'm going to try not to cut the fabric underneath it. And then these will be ready for me to press out when I'm ready to stitch everything all together. This was homework from last week. And see how ripply and not flat these are? You don't need to worry about that because we will press them out. This was my mistake from today. That was me panicking and not being able to find. And if there's a lot of room, you can cut them from the front too. But that was me not looking in front of my eyes. I'm not going to cut this one off yet because I need to finish my homework from this week. So I'll just continue on here and I'll have enough to do another hooping. But I'll do that one later. I'll do another hooping there. All right, let's continue on with this. Now you can see how you're going to cut those all apart. Is the pin placed at the bottom of the satin stitch? You know what? I'm not even sure yet. Let's go ahead and read our directions. So, we just finished up step 5. Now the next step is to stitch the gift box placement line and center stitch line. I'm going to leave the blue in. It said to do a color that you can see. So let's leave in the blue. And it shows you right here what it's doing. So this is step number 6 and it's stitching out this whole little placement line. I'm going to use tacks. I've done other Kimberbell events where they have used tacks, and I am going to put those up through. Let's see if it does anything more than that. So it wants you to, number 6, place 2 thin straight pins through the left and right lid tack down line on the part A gift box. Okay, let me get part A gift box. I'm going to use these instead. And then it wants you to put it through the inside corner of the lid. So it looks like it wants to go through the inside corner right here and here of the lid. So I think it's going to be easier to I'm going to slide this off. I'm going to put my tacks up through here, and then I'm going to put it down here, tape it down, and then remove the tacks. That's what we're going to do. I don't know, working with the pins just isn't doing it for me. They're just unwieldy, and let's do this. So I'm going to go ahead, turn this to the back. We're going to have to flip a couple of times, but that's okay. You can kind of see it here. I know it's a little hard to see because I have white thread, but I'm finding the very corner of the inside corner. I'm going to put a tack through there. And here's my other inside corner right here. Let's make sure I got it. Okay, so where I put them, and you can see it right here. Do you see the tacks? So it's coming up through the inside corners. I'm going to have to remove those, but now that those are in, now we can put this down. Let's make sure we're putting this down right. So it wants those tacks to come Let's look at the picture. Right through the center of the satin stitch, right on the very edge of it. I'm going to point at it with my pin, but it looks like it wants to be right here, right where the last stitch is, and in the middle of the satin stitch. So that's where I have to have this come up. I need to go over just a little bit more. Perfect. There we go. There's one. I don't know. This is easier to me. I guess the part of this is I can't really see it. I'm just kind of going by feel. There we go. Perfect. All right. I've got those. Meet the placement line. You place pin in tack down line next to the satin stitch. Yeah, I just put my tack in the back and then I just poked it up through there. So this is what I have now. That's where you want it. And now let's see. Do they want us to just tape it down? Push the pin straight down through all layers to the back. Stick the pin into a wool felt mat or an ironing board to keep the pins from shifting. Tape firmly in place to prevent the gift box from removing, and then remove the pins. So they want you to go from the front down through the back. I mean, the challenge with how I did it is I had to, you saw me poke it a couple of times, but I just found it unwieldy to use the pins, and I feel like I have perfect placement right now. Just going to get some of my tape. Tape that we use in our store is going to be transport. Oh, you know what I forgot to do today? So if you need a tape dispenser, Kimberbell had the orange one that came out. They're coming out, and then they discontinued it. They're coming out with a blue one. It's a limited run. So I need to let my rep know now how many I want. They couldn't even tell me the price, but if you think you may want one, send me an email, or when I send you the email about Cup of Chair, what's going on next week, you can let me know. But let me know now if you think you might want one of those tape dispensers. I'm going to say it's going to be 25 bucks. I'm not positive what the pricing is going to be, and then we'll do it also at 20% off. But if you think you might want one of those, let me know. If you don't even know what I'm talking about, it's just going to be like a big, beefy tape dispenser that's made to fit the Kimberbell tape. But I'm going to put my transport tape in there. I like the transport tape because it rips so easily. It's supersonic sticky, and it's easier than rip to me than the paper tape. I do use Kimberbell paper tape when I want something not as sticky. So if I'm on batting or something like that. That to me looks perfect. I'm going to go ahead and pull my tacks out. Just going to reach under here and yank it. There's one. There's the other. And we are ready to go. Next step is going to be the tack down. I don't know. What'd you think of that? Did you... I just feel like working with the pins was like difficult because it's a pin. And it was so long, and I really like the tack method. Maybe I should put another piece of tape on the top. You think? Let's do that too. I'll put another piece up here and another piece right here. And we'll put 2 more down at the bottom. Oh my goodness, that I have feeling was probably the most amazing placement I've ever done. Just kidding. Well, I hope it's right. Okay, so step 7 says we stick the pins in, we taped it firmly, we remove the tacks, stitch the gift box tack down, and it says again, color doesn't make a difference. The next color that does make a difference is going to be that pink. So I'm going to take out my blue right now, and I'm going to put that pink in. And when I say that pink, I'm talking about taffy, ladies. Put in your taffy. That's this is from the Cup of Chair thread kit. If you need a Cup of Chair thread kit, I have them in the store. All right. stitch the zipper tack down line. Before we do that, you need to, no, we're going to stitch it down first, stitch the tack down, and then it says open the zipper 3/4 of the way. Are we going to be able to do that? Does the tack down? Oh, they leave an opening. I got a little nervous. But if you look right here, you can see, I have my light. They left a little opening in the very top. So leave it zipped for now. Don't unzip it yet. You're going to do the tack down first. Okay. Ladies and Curtis, it's pretty spot on. Looking good. Make sure it doesn't scoop underneath the edge of that zipper. And if you look at it, it was pretty spot on. I'm a little, it's a little low right here. Oops, what's that? Is it supposed to do that next step? I think so. I didn't hit start again, so I'm just gonna let it keep going. Looks like it's just reinforcing that stitch. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, now it wants you to unzip the zipper. So it says open the zipper 3/4 of the way and tape the zipper pull in place. Let's do that first. I'm going to go ahead and slide this towards me so I can get to the zipper. We're going to unzip it 3/4 of the way. Take your zipper pull, fold it into the center. Don't leave it here near the edge where it can get hit. And you're going to tape that in place. I don't need this anymore because it's taped down. So I'm just going to go ahead and tape them down just like that. Now it says tape the zipper top on the stitch line. Oh, on the stitch line. I'm not on the stitch line. Does it matter? You better just do it. Do as you're told, ladies and Curtis. Okay, there we go. And then it says, let's make sure we followed all the directions on the stitch line. This is stitch line, right? Or this, I just taped it on the zipper. Okay, stitch the zipper tack, stitch the zipper top tack down line. I'm looking at the screen. So it's going to do a little stitch like up here, it looks like. And color doesn't make a difference, so I'm just going to leave the same color in. Let's do it. Stitch the zipper top tack down line. Tape the zipper top. Oh, okay. Not the zipper pull. You know, you sometimes just think things you want to think. What they want is they just want you to tape it up here. Like right here where it's going to... There we go. Stitch that, ladies. I mean, tape that. And now go ahead and do the stitch. It's just going to go right across that. And color shouldn't make a difference. We're step number 8 right here. Remove the tape from the zipper top. So now we're going to remove the tape just from the zipper top. Or does it want us to take all the tape off? Let's go ahead and just take that off for now. See, my interpretation, I go, ooh, do we take all the zipper, all the tape off, or was it just that very top? I think it's just going to be just the very top. Remove the tape from the zipper top. Trim the fabric close to the stitch line around the gift box and lid tack down line, and trim the excess zipper on the top and bottom. So now we're just going to go ahead and we're going to trim everything up, just like the picture right here. So trim all of that up. We're thick, so get a good pair of scissors. Might have to slide that out. I'm going to use these. And we're trimming close to the stitch line, right? Trim the fabric close to the stitch line around the gift box and lid tack down. You know what I need? I have 2 pairs of these. One that needs to be trimmed. Let's just trim with this hand, maybe. It's funny because Patrick, he, what's the word? Sharpened my scissors, but they only, he's a righty. They only work with my right hand now because that's what he tested them with. So let me right hand it. Oh my goodness, aren't these so cute, ladies? Am I going through all the layers? And you're going to cut off the bottom too. You're going to cut all of that off. Just trim it up. I'm going to trim this. I'm going to trim the zipper first. If you want to, get your other heftier scissors, cut right through that. So cute. All right, let me go ahead and trim this. Going through some layers here. Whoop. I'm going to cut through this first. It's getting a little thick. I got really close to that stitch. It's okay. Satin stitch will hold it all down. If you have to go in a couple of layers, it's okay. Now we're going to trim that top. This is your last chance. If you've got that zipper pull up here, you could undo that and pull it down. Don't cut that zipper pull off, or else this will be a sealed present and you won't be able to open it. My goodness, ladies, how cute is that? Do you love it? I love it. All right. So what we just did was this. Now we're going to go ahead and stitch the gift box satin outline, and then we'll stitch the lid top satin outline. So go ahead and slide it on. You're going to have that pink. I already have that pink in there. I'm going to leave this taped up so that doesn't flop around. If you want, you can kind of clean this up. Where's my little, I have a little, that little Pam sponge that I absolutely love. I'll just go ahead and brush it for now till I can find it. All right, go ahead and do your satin stitch. Here it is. Ladies and Curtis, my rep, one of my reps came from E.E. Shank, and I did some Christmas shopping for like stocking stuffer stuff. There is, it's so amazing. If you have a wool mat, there is a, it's like a mat cleaner. It is. I stopped while she was showing me this stuff. I go, can I demo this? And I went into the room that we film in at the store, and I cleaned our mat, and it was like, it was jaw dropping. I couldn't even believe it. I was like, that was absolutely incredible. So we'll have some really fun stocking stuffer new stuff that we'll have at the store. It'll definitely be a deal of the day, or a deal of the week. Delene, is this not the cutest? It's so adorable. And I personally really liked placing it with the tack. I don't know if you didn't like that because you couldn't see, and I get it. You couldn't see. I had to poke through a couple of times. I just thought it was so much easier. Only thing left to do on this one is we're going to do the gift box satin outline, and then we're going to do the lid top satin outline. While it's doing that, get everything ready for your tan house. I'm just going to let it stitch. Let's look at what we need for the tan house. Oh my goodness. Look. I mean, that reef is going to be so gorgeous. I was demo this. These are the two, if you want to do your jump thread trimming. This is the side hopper. And I always call these feet. You've got two little feet. You're going to put one foot under, snip to this side, and then you can just, then I always go and snip to this side. So I love these. The other ones I love, I just love them equally. I go back and forth between using these. And then I love, do I have them in here? Here they are. These are made by OESD, and I love these too. So you can just take the little hook, stick it under here. Whoop, you don't want to rip it. And then I usually flip them over and go the other direction. So I go one direction this way, and I flip them and go the other direction. So don't forget to cut all of those jump threads. Your machine will cut, well, it depends on your machine, but it'll cut most of the jump threads. But if they're, I think it's 5 millimeters. If they're 5 millimeters or less away from each other, then it doesn't cut them. I love, this is the kind of stuff I like to watch, like stupid TV. And just sit there and just do all this like fun trimming. I like this kind of trimming. Okay. What are we looking for? I am looking for tan house. And this is going to be the last thing we're going to stitch out tonight. Tan house. Tan house is on, we did tan house roof. This is tan house roof. How cute is that? Now we're going to do tan house, and you get to stitch them all together. Actually, we didn't do deck the halls. If you can't wait, do it now and stitch it all out together. Can we do that one for homework? I want to do that for homework because I want to put 3, 4, and 5 all together. Or do you want to wait? If you want to do that with me, I think I'm going to do it for homework. I know I put it on here, week 5, but I'm excited to put it all together. I don't think I'm going to wait. All right. What am I looking for? Tan house part B on page 52. So we did the other part. Okay, let's go ahead, change out your thread. You need to put the green, it shows red, on my screen it shows red, but remember, you want it to match this over here, so I'm going to put green on. And I think your directions are going to tell you green too. Let's just make sure. I don't want to lead you astray. Yeah, you definitely want green. If it doesn't line up perfectly, it is okay. Just be okay with it being close to perfect. Here we go. While it's stitching that, Let's see how. Oh my goodness. Is it possible it could be that perfect? Doesn't that feel so good when it's like perfect, perfect? My other one wasn't perfect, perfect. And I was okay with it. This one wasn't perfect, perfect. I'd be okay with it too. If it's way off, then you could project it down. If you've got a projector, you might want to just manually just kind of pull your fabric down a little bit or pull it up a little bit. Okay, mine's not perfect, perfect. I'm looking at it. I'm about a 1/16 of an inch off, but I'm good with it. All right. I've never double hooped before, but it looks like you just I used the tack trick that time. I thought it was easier than the pins. That was to me that was really awkward for me. But if you want to do the pins, I did the pin method the last time, but I really like the tack method better. I was searching a little bit, but you know, this is what you should have from our first stitch out, which is the window. You need the window because that's where you're going to tuck stuff in. What are you going to tuck in there? Like a piece of candy? It's pretty tiny. Jewelry, you can tuck something into that little spot. Dollar bill, you can just fold it up really tight and just tuck it in there. So you need this to do part B. Let's see what else we need. Do we need anything else? Part B, fusible backing. To the wrong side of the window fabric. So here is your window fabric right here. I didn't put my fusible backing on yet. So heat up your iron. I'm going to grab some fusible backing. We're going to put it on the back of this window here. So this is the one that has the polka dot. This is 4x3. Yeah, so this is 4x3. So get a piece of backing for this. This is my scrap bag of Shape Flex. I keep everything, and this looks perfect. I'll just put it on here. I'm not going to press the whole thing. Make sure you're pressing the right side, and I will make sure I don't go beyond. Or you know what? Why don't we just go ahead and cut it? I was just going to press it and then cut it, but make sure you touch it and the bumpy side is facing the wrong side of your fabric first. I'm just waiting for my iron to heat up just for 1 more second or 2 more seconds. We're good. When I'm doing a whole bunch of Shape Flex, I either use steam. Spray your backside in case your iron's icky. Mine looks good. But just in case, what you don't want to do is take an iron that you haven't used in a little while and press something and get it all over here. Hey, Violet? Who's getting Momo? Did you talk to Dad?
I said Dad is...
Okay. All right. Just making sure the dog's getting picked up. All right. So, we're done. Look at it. Oh, let's take a peek. All right. Look at me. I have a couple of threads sticking out. So that makes me go, I need to be even more careful with my, trimming on this because it might not be totally perfect. I thought I was pretty good, but I'll just go around and I will make sure I trim that up the best I can. I think it's going to be fine. But we'll get some of these. I'll just go ahead and go through them. But that was pretty good. Here is, you can see I was a little bit low right here. This side looks pretty good. I could have probably trimmed a little bit closer on the top, but who cares? Look at how adorable this is. He's going to just zip right. Nobody's going to pay any attention to that because they're just going to have so much fun zipping that up and down. All right, last one. Let's go ahead and, but it looks like you just use for the deck of halls. Oh, for deck the halls. Haven't even looked at it yet. We'll look at it next week. We're going to go ahead and let's hoop up one more time. And let me see how big the design is because I don't have enough fabric to hoop all the way up here. But as long as it's no bigger than the usual 6x6, we should be good to go. End design. That says 5x7. Oh, but that's going to bump us up. Okay, here we go. I'm going to hoop up in here. This is a little thick here, and I don't want to really distort that. I'm going to use my 8x8. Let me grab that. If you don't have an 8x8, you just might need to get a new piece of fabric. I do have an 8x8, so I'm just going to use it. 8x8 and 8x12. So for the Luminar and Solaris, because the Destiny came with great hoop sizes. If I didn't have it, I would get the 6x10 first because Kimberbell uses so much of that. And then I would go 8x8 and then 8x12. I mean, sorry, I go 8x12 and then 8x8. Here we go. We are in. Let's take it to the machine. We're going to do Tan House, Part B. Your windows should already be done. Let's see what's on our sheet. Tan House. For Tan House, Part B, we are going to load in Tree 1. So let's go over here. USB, quilting designs, Tree 1, and the size we need is 6x6 horizontal. Treehouse, Part B, 6x6 horizontal. Let me look at my book and just make sure I'm doing the right thing with you. Tan House, Part B. Yep, 6x6 horizontal. The color it wants you to use is that, I think you need to use the, like that minty green. So it is called Mint Julep. We're going to go ahead and put that in. But let's go ahead and set this first, and now we're going to add. And we are adding the Tan House, which is the one that has the number 6 on it. Okay. We're going to go here. Whoops, wrong. Capuchure quilt, house blocks, and it's the one that has the number 6 on it. So it should be this one right here. Quilt by Quilt, Tan House. Is that the right design? Yes. Set. Let's look and see if there's any special instructions with the alignment. It says hooping, loading the files. I'm not seeing any special. Oh, that's wrong. That's the window. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Here. Align the block embroidery file centered from right to left and aligned on the top of the quilting design. So right up here, we are going to snug it up, and we're going to have the satin stitch go all the way to the top of the red lines. So not the inner red line, the outer red line. Okay, ready? We're going to not move it left or right. We're just going to move it up. So I'm going to go edit. We're going to go move. Here, I'll zoom in 150% so you can see. And I'm just going to move that. Whoops. There we go. So that's that is the outer line is going to be our cut line. The inner line is going to be our 1/4 inch. And that should be perfect. Look good, everyone? Hopefully that looks right. I think I'm reading that right there. So we are good with that. Go ahead and hit embroidery. And I'm going to go ahead and go layout, move. I have 8 by 12 right here. So I want my 8 by 8. I'm going to pick that. 8 by 8. That's how much room I have. Before I move it up, I'm just going to get my hoop. I can just leave it in the center. There's nothing else I'm going to do with this piece of fabric right here. I don't think I'm going to have enough down here at the bottom for anything, so I'm just going to leave it. I'm not going to even snug it up there. I'm just going to leave it. Let's go ahead and do our placement for our batting. And before I do that, let's see what my quilting stitch, oh yeah, our quilting stitch is going to be this color. So let me change out my thread. Quilting thread, mint julep. Okay, placement stitch for batting. Don't lose any of your pieces. I'm going to go ahead. This is our background fabric. Here's my batting. I'm going to give those a shot of spray first. I'm going to lay this down. And then my background fabric. I usually don't spray it really heavy on the edges, just kind of in the center, because that's all going to get cut off. You don't want to spray these a lot either, because I press it on there. I press that side. That's why you don't want to get a lot of spray adhesive. But you need to press it from the back to make it look good. Okay. Remember, if you have, we'll hit layout so it shows us what stitching. We're going to go here to go forward and back stitches. We are going to skip this. That's for the batting. That's for the background fabric, which I already laid down. There's our tack down. We're going to do that, and we're going to do the quilting. Tack it down. Tack it down, ladies and Curtis. Here we go. And then the next step should be your quilting stitches, and you're going to have those cute, adorable trees. We'll see you later, Jenna. Here's your quilting. Might as well give these all a little spray. This is your window. Make sure you spray your window on the side that has the fusible and not the side that has the cute dots. There's your dots. Don't spray this, because that's going to be the window pocket that's going to go down, and you never want to put spray and stuff. You're going to be touching your door, your house. Go ahead and spray all of those. Color's not going to make a difference until we get to step 7, but it looks like we're going to be using a tan to match the house. I use this darker tan, so I'm going to just use this. How cute are those trees? That is adorable. I mean, that would make just a perfect block just the way it is. Don't you think? That's just so cute. So sweet. Okay, color's not going to make a difference for the next 6 steps, but I am going to put in a tan that I'm using on my house. It's a little darker than the tan that kind of matches, but I just like it. It's that like toasted brown. First step, placement stitch for the house. Get your tan fabric. We're going to lay that down next. And it is going to be up at the top, because remember, it gets stitched to the roof. My fabrics are already sprayed. If you haven't sprayed it yet, spray your fabric. We're going to lay this down. Or tape it. If you're a taper, go ahead and tape. Nothing wrong with that. Tack it down and get your snips if you have them. Did I tell you that you take your bathroom breaks when there's a long stitch out? I know, I didn't even give you a break this time. Are you ladies okay? Look at, and then I start trimming before it's even stopped. Okay, just trim this up. Like we have one coming up because when we do the tan, I can see my screen right now and it's showing a lot of tan in my bar. So if you are dying, you've got a chance coming up. All right. Go ahead and slide that back on. Next thing, placement for the windows. Just go ahead and hit start. I've been told I'm a fast trimmer. This is step number 3. Stitch the window placement line and place the window fabric right side up. The window fabric is going to be the one with the dot on dot, and you should have had the Shape Flex adhered, and mine is sticky because I sprayed it. Is this just so cute together? Look at those trees. Oh my goodness, it's just so adorable. Okay, you're gonna lay this down. Color doesn't make a difference, but at the same time, I wouldn't use black, I wouldn't use red. This is gonna outline in the brown, and that's why I'm using the brown. After it does it tack down, then you're going to trim. That's going to be step 4. We're about a third of the way through with this one. Slide that forward and just go ahead and trim this close to the stitch. All right, now stitch the door placement line. Just gonna hit start. Your door fabric is that the pink taffy colored fabric. Get that sprayed and ready to go. I'm gonna lay that down. This is your tack down. This is step number 6, and then you're gonna trim. And then your bathroom break is coming up. I'm gonna trim this close to the stitch. All right, now it says stitch the house satin outline and window pane detail. So I'm just going to hit start, and it's going to stitch on the sides right here. It's going to stitch this window pane and the very line up here. If you want to see what it's stitching, there you go. It shows you on your screen, and you can also look in your book. Guess what, ladies? 6 minutes of stitching. Hit the bathroom if you need it. We are almost done. Well, we're kind of almost done. We've got 16 more minutes of stitching. After we finish this, there'll be 10 more minutes. I am going to start tidying up my thread, although I'm not going to get too tidy because I'm going to do my homework after dinner. I will, and I showed you how to do it, but you can look for it. I will post, I think the sew-along next week is going to pretty much stick to what we have right now. What I will add is I'll add the agenda, and I will add the hoop sizes that we're going to be using. So that's going to be added. You're also, for the rest of this, you're going to need the white. You're going to need your white thread, your red thread, and it looks like brown for the number 6. So keep out your white, your red, and your brown. Any questions, ladies, for next week? And Curtis, so it looks like next week, so this is your homework. Your homework is going to be for week 4 is to stitch out the blocks below. So you're going to stitch out these blocks, and that shouldn't take you so long. They're pretty simple ones with not a lot going on. Maybe the present's going to be the most complicated, and that's going to be the one that has the white ribbon in it. After you do this, you need to go ahead and sew together sections 3 and 4. You won't be able to sew together section 5 because we will start out next week with Deck the Halls. And you know what? Let's keep it simple. I'm just going to leave this. If you want to do it on your own, you can do that, but we are going to start out with doing that. That's going to be in the 9.5 by 14 inch hoop, unless you do that in a double hoop. And if you want to go ahead and do that, there are instructions for that. For week 5, I will go ahead. So week 5, we are going to do the last block from 5, section 5, and we're going to be stitching out everything from 6 and 7. 6 and 7 is going to finish off the main part of our quilt. And I will send you an agenda where we group our filler blocks, and then I'll figure out what's going to go into our 5 by 7, what's going to go into our 8 by 12, and we'll probably stick to those. And then we're on it. We're going to do our inner border with the quilting. That does take quite a while. So we'll do inner border, outer border, and embellishments. Oh, look it. Our never-ending bobbin just ended. Let me go ahead and cut that. Let me see if I can find the end of this one. Here we go. Go ahead and pop that out. just to prepare you. Momo is, I could hear Patrick's home. Momo's on his way in. Sometimes he barks because he gets really excited. All right, I'm going to go back 10 stitches. You can go back 20 stitches if you want, 10 stitches if you want. You should go back something. We're going to be placing this next, so make sure you have this, that you can find this. Looks like Karen's caught up. Oh, yay! Caught up with the homework. And you've got all week, right? You've got all week to kind of get it in. And just go at your own pace. If you find you're falling behind, that's okay. You can just finish it up with the videos. This should always be fun. If you don't get your homework done, that's okay. Just stitch with us next week and you can do your homework later. Or if you want to just show up to the sew-alongs and it's just your little commitment to show up and work on the blocks then at your own pace, and whichever ones you want to be working on, that's totally fine too. We're easy peasy here. Oh, is that my baby? Hi. Hello. I'm almost getting a good rub down right now. Okay, let's look at the instructions. It says, place the window pocket on the right window with the fold at the top aligning the horizontal window pane line with the horizontal pane line on the left window. Tape in place across the entire fold, so we're just taping it on the top. Note, the window pocket is bigger than the window beneath it. All right, so here's the fold. It's gonna go on top. I'm gonna pull this down and I'm gonna try and stand above so I can see. And you just want this to be parallel. Hello, Momosita. Hello. I hear you. I love you. Okay. And I love all of you in the live feed too. I love you. All right. That looks pretty good and pretty lined up. Now I want you to tape it right along the top. Along the entire top, it said. Hopefully this didn't move. I'm just going to go ahead and tape this down on the very top. And then it says, tape in place across the entire fold. The window pocket's bigger. Stitch the window pocket tack down line and trim the window close to the stitch line. So let's go ahead and do that. And then it's asking for some wash away. So we're going to go ahead and stitch this down. You need that tape so it doesn't scoop underneath it. Let me grab my wash away. Isn't this the best part about stitching at home? You can't forget anything. Unless you never bought it to begin with, but... Okay, we're going to go ahead... Hi, baby. And we are going to trim the fabric close to the stitch line. Did it say remove the tape? I'm going to go ahead and remove my tape because we're going to be placing wash away. We're going to put wash away down. So what do we need the tape for? This is a good time for a pair of tweezers. Oh my goodness. Is this so cute? Okay, so trim that fabric first. Oh, he's a little thick. Let me get my other scissors. All right. That's trimmed. Now it wants you to take a piece of wash away cover the right window and stitch the window satin outline, tear away excess tapping. Let me cut my wash away. It doesn't have to be very big. You can tape them down, top and bottom. And I think we can go ahead and stitch. Stitch the window satin outline and tear away excess topping. And this is going to keep your foot from scooping into that pocket. That is the worst. Because then that's the exact moment when you look away. I still have 3 filler blocks and the tan. That's okay. You're stitching with us, and you can just get that done as homework. Okay, after we do this, we're going to tear away that wash away. We're going to stitch out the white, we're going to stitch out the red, and we're going to stitch out the Abbott number, and then we're done. So I'm on 15 minutes out of 24 minutes. We're close. We're close, ladies. And Curtis. Well, we went over a little bit. It's 6:15, so we'll probably finish up. I'd say we'll finish up around 6:30. Oh my goodness, that's so cute. If you have a good pair of tweezers, this is when you want to grab them, so you can pull away any of that sticky stuff that might be close to the wash away. I tend to like to pull inward. I'm just going to move this over, like inward towards your embroidery. And going to get that out of the way right now, especially get it out of the way if it's hanging into your other window. And now I'm still going to want to get that, you're going to want to get the stabilizer from the inner part of your window too. We'll see you later, Karen. Okay, white is next. Get your white thread ready. We went a little bit over, but we cut out, I think, because we went from 10 weeks to 7 weeks. So we did cut out some of our sew along just to move it along a little bit. Okay, put in your white. This is going to do some cute white decorative stitching. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead and stitch this out. And get your red thread ready next. how cute that red detail is. You can see it on your screen. Should be the little outline of the door and the scroll work. And that's going to be 2 minutes of stitching. Let me put my red thread in. Oh, how fun is it going to be to stitch this together with the roof? I love these projects because it just gives you like little bite sizes. You feel complete because you finish this square, and then you feel even more complete when you put it together and you finish this section, and then you sew the sections together. All right, here's your scroll work. And then after this, we're going to put in the brown and stitch out the number 6, and you are done. You're done for now. I'm starting to feel sleepy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get my homework done tonight. Homework might have to wait. If you're seeing any white coming through, stop and throw in a matching red bobbin, but I'm not seeing anything really. Every once in a while you might see something. It seems pretty good. I think the colors I look out for most of the time with that is going to be red and black. And sometimes it's just the pin dot of your needle going through your fabric. This looks pretty good. Okay, get your brown. This is the last stitch out. Well, the last stitch out of our official sew along, not the last stitch out of your homework. But go ahead and put in your brown, and then you can give yourself a big pat on your back. You can give yourself a big pat on your back for any block that you get done. And stitch out that 6. Don't forget to take off that wash away. The last thing you want to do is go ahead and press this and have that wash away on there. So don't forget, I'm going to pull it off as soon as we stitch out this 6. Oh my goodness, that 6 is so cute. done. It is almost done. You do have to put the roof on, but this block is done. Go ahead and take this wash away off. It should come away right next to that stitch. Make sure you get it off before we press that out. And I gotta put the roof on. Not like really put it on, but just kind of pretend we're gonna put it on with that snowy top. And that'll all get sewn in the seam, and look how cute that's gonna be. It is just absolutely to die for. Anyways, we are done with our week 4 sew along. Thank you so much for joining me and sticking through it. I will do a video where I finish the homework, and then I'll do another video where I assemble section 3. I'll do a separate video where I assemble section 4. If you want to be on my Kimberbell Cup of Cheer email list, where you get updates on, you get the updated agenda and spreadsheet, you can email me at jeannie@gmail.com. That's Jeannie, Jeanne, the letter A, the number 1, so SEW, and that's at gmail.com, and I'll add you to that list. Or else you can do a search on our sew along page. It's really easy. You're just gonna look for that magnifying glass and just type in spreadsheet, and then modified spreadsheet will be there too. So have a great night. Loved having you. I will see you next Monday. I'll put the date and time. It'll be added to the sew along group. And enjoy your house. We'll see you later. Bye.